Bapak Ibu, sekali lagi kami mohon kesediaannya untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah disiapkan. Kita masih banyak waktu, nanti kita bisa foto-foto bareng, ngobrol-ngobrol lagi, karena sebentar lagi acara akan segera kita mulai. Kami mohon terima kasih.
Jam 8 tepat berarti jam. Hello everyone, I'm sorry to interrupting, but please fill out the front seat first before we begin our seminar. We invite all the participants to have a seat now. Please fill out the first front seat first. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ICC building, the National Research and Innovations Agency, Cibinong, West Java. I'd like to say hi also for all the participants who already joined to our Zoom. Welcome to our webinar. First of all, let's praise and thank God for His grace. We are thrilled to welcome you to our events on increasing crop productivity to meet Indonesian needs for food, feed, and fuels. This event is proudly presented by the Research Center for Food Crops, National Research and Innovations Agency 2024. Let's give a round of applause for the Research Center for Food Crops for making it happen. For now, I am Justina Febrisasinya, will be your host for today and will accompany you to this webinar going forward. We are happy to announce that this webinar on increasing crop productivity to meet Indonesian needs for food, feed, and fuel aims to bring together experts, researchers, and stakeholders in the field of breeding, agronomy, social, and economic sciences to discuss the strategic utilization
cek and recheck kita
of food crops as source of food, feed, and fuel. And last but not least, the poster sessions of the Research Center for Food Crops research in 2024. All participants are invited to join and discuss the presentations. Before we go through, I'd like to inform you to please kindly fill out the feedback form in the link that will be provided by the committee. And for all the participants in the ICC building, the dress code or the t-shirts for tomorrow events can be obtained during the lunch break sessions. Thank you. Okay, now without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Yudhistira Nugroho, head of the Research Center for Food Crops, to give a brief introductions and reports on this event. For Dr. Yudhistira Nugroho, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I hope we are doing well, and may Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala give us bless and His grace. The Honorable Chairwoman of the Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Ibu Puji Lestari, the esteemed invited speaker from various institutions, Dr. Vijay Chaikam from CIMIT, Dr. Alex Stewart from Agroecology UK, Dr. Melanie Blanca Credo from Grain Pro Philippines, Dr. Jonathan Newby from SIAT Biodiversity, Dr. Melanie Connor from IRI Nairobi, Dr. Dandang Gusiana from PT Miko Agro Lestari, Professor Solihin from the Research Center for Food Crops, and Dr. Destika Cahyana from the same centers. I would also like to thank to the moderator of this session, Dr. Aris Hermansyis, Dr. Suziana Susanti, and also for the MC, Dr. Justina Carolina. And lastly, I warm welcome to the audience present in here at the ICC building in Cibinong. And we found around 160 participants attending this session, mainly from the Research Center for Food Crops, and which represent almost 50% of the society from the Research Center for Food Crops. And also we appreciate those who are unable to attend in this seminar, and in the person they are joining using online. I'm here to report the 2-day of science activity held by Research Center for Food Crop on October 7 to on October 7 to 8, 2024. And in the first day, we will featuring a international webinar, the 10 series of Teras-TP. However, this webinar is like a special edition, extending from our usual half-day webinar. We use a full-day format webinar, and we will hear from prominent speakers covering various aspects of agricultural science, breeding, crop production, crop protection, agricultural environment, and others. This seminar have a theme increasing crop productivity to meet Indonesian need for food, feed, and fuel. In this theme aligned with the new government that led by our new president, President Bapak Prabowo Subianto, aim to achieve national independence to improve welfare in various sectors, including agriculture. We hope this seminar will enable to share valuable information related to agriculture science from diverse perspectives and institutions. During the seminar, we also host poster session featuring 63 poster reports from 23 research groups within the Research Center for Food Crops. We hope in this poster session allow each research group to disseminate their finding and research activity to other fellow researchers. On the second day, we also held a team building activity for the Society of the Research Center for Food Crops, including a fun walk, discussion about our plan to enhancing research productivity from now on and in the coming years. We would like also to extend our heartfelt thank to our sponsor, PT Santi, PT Syngenta, PT Miko Agro Lestari, and PT Wardani. With their generous contribution, we have enabled to successfully hold this activity. And there will be a busy in couple days, and I hope everyone enjoy in this occasion and also maintain your health. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for such a remarkable welcome from Dr. Yudhistira Nugroho. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Puji Lestari as the chairman of the Research Organizations for Agriculture and Food to give us all the welcome remark. For Dr. Puji Lestari, the time is yours.
Morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, the head of the Center for Food Crops. Distinguished speakers from IRI, UIMMYT, CIT, GRIN, PRO, PEN UK, PT Michael Lestari, and distinguished guests, colleagues, fellow experts, and all participants. It's a great honor for me on behalf of this Organization for Agriculture and Food, BRIN, to be here as we gather for today's webinar with the theme Increasing Crop Productivity to Meet Indonesia's Need for Food, Feed, and Fuel. This event holds immense importance for researchers in BRIN and all stakeholders involved as we collectively face the present challenges of ensuring food security, meeting the rising demand for livestock feed, and contributing to the growing need for renewable energy resources. The new President, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, Morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, the head of the Center for Food Crops. Distinguished speakers from IRI, UIMMYT, CIT, GRIN, PRO, PEN UK, PT Michael Lestari, and distinguished guests, colleagues, fellow experts, and all participants. It's a great honor for me on behalf of this Organization for Agriculture and Food to be here as we gather for today's webinar with the theme Increasing Crop Productivity to Meet Indonesia's Need for Food, Feed, and Fuel. This event holds immense importance for researchers in BRIN and all stakeholders involved as we collectively face the present challenges of ensuring food security, meeting the rising demand for livestock feed, and contributing to the growing need for renewable energy resources. New President Mr. Prabowo Subianto, in his inaugural speech, has declared Indonesia's commitment to food and energy self-sufficiency as a first step in addressing increasingly complex global challenges. Therefore, the theme of today's webinar is highly relevant to address these complex challenges. They bring together experts from globally renowned institutions such as IRI, CYMMYT, CIAT, GRIA, PEN UK, and PT Michael Lestari. We aim to explore innovative solutions to address the challenges we face and ensure that we can continue to meet Indonesia's growing need. In today's world, technological innovation is a key to improving crop productivity. Technologies such as genomic-based plant breeding, digital agriculture, precision farming, and sustainable farming system have delivered remarkable results in many countries, and I believe Indonesia has the potential to fully harness this innovation. Institutions such as the IRI have long been our strategic partners in developing high-yielding rice, and has resulted in the successful adaptation of many rice varieties to the local condition in Indonesia. YMMYT, on the other hand, continues to support the development of high-yield maize and wheat varieties. CIAT's research into tropical agriculture has significantly contributed to improving the productivity and resilience of food crops in tropical region, whereas GR and PRO offers effective post-harvest solution to minimize crop losses, which is a critical issue for farmers in Indonesia. PT Maigo Agrostari is driving innovation in biofertilizer which support organic and environmentally friendly agricultural production, and Pan-UK advocates for the safe and sustainable use of pesticide, a major challenge in our agricultural sector. Research must focus on developing technologies that enhance crop productivity and efficiency, while minimizing environmental impact. Research areas such as precision agriculture, the use of satellite data for land mapping and climate monitoring, and the development of crop varieties that can adapt to extreme weather conditions are of high priority. The development of more sustainable and low-emission farming system to align with the global effort to mitigate climate change would be also addressed. In this regard, BRIN should foster stronger collaboration with stakeholders, not only in national level but also global level. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar provides us with a valuable opportunity to exchange ideas, share experiences, and explore solutions to the future challenges of agriculture. I encourage all participants to actively engage in this discussion and hope that the insight gained from the webinar will contribute significantly to the development of Indonesia's agricultural sector. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, partners, and everyone who have worked hard to organize this event. May this webinar proceed smoothly and yield fruitful outcome for us. Thank you all, and I look forward to the progress we will achieve from the seeds we have planted today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for such a remarkable welcome from Dr. Puji. Now, I think we come to the most awaited moment to capture our moment together. So I'd like to invite Dr. Yudhistira Nugroho, all the moderators and all the presenters to have a photo sessions together. For all the participants, you can just stay in your chair. So the camera will capture from the front of the stage. Okay. For Bu Susiana and Pak Aris, I'd like to invite you all. Oh, okay. To get the best smile and best capture, I'd like to invite you all to go in the center of the, yes. Okay. You can get close to the stage, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, everyone got the positions right? Okay. Oh, please, yeah, don't step the cable. Okay. Okay, please give your best smile. I will count to 1 to 3. And for all the participants in the Zoom, I would like to invite you all to open the camera. So we will capture together all the photos. Okay, everyone's ready? Okay, I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. First pose. 1, 2, 3. Second pose. Okay. Okay. The formal pose. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the second pose. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. You can go back to your seats. Okay, now we come to the main event, the first sharing sessions. And first, let me introduce our moderator for this first session. I'd like to ask the commuters first to share the screen. Okay. Okay, our first moderator for this session is Dr. Aris Hermansyh. He is a researcher at the Research Center for Food Crops, Research Organizations for Agriculture and Food, National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. Dr. Aris has expertise on genetics and plant breeding and has finished academic background for doctoral in the University of Adelaide, Australia in 2014, Magister in IPB University Indonesia for and sorry for the technical error, and Brawijaya University for undergraduate. He has also several research experience. The latest one is genetic improvement of plastic resistance in rice. And Dr. Aris also has several intellectual property rights. Some of them is in Pari VTA 13, 2022, in Pago 1340s, 2020, and in Pari 48 plus 2020. There are so many publications, but I read one of them is rubber-based agroforestry system associated with food crops as solutions for sustainable rubber and food productions, published in Agriculture 2024. I'm pretty sure there still be many achievements that have not been written in this presentation. So if you are interested to contact more, please contact through the contact available. So for now, please welcome Dr. Aris Hermansyh as our first moderator.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I will share this session for our first session in our FGD. In this session, we will have 4 speakers. 3 of them will present online, and 1 will present offline in this building. Before we start this session, I just want to remind all the participants, especially for online participants, to please mute the microphone so we'll not disturbing our conversation. All right. For the first speaker, I would like to check if Dr. Jonathan Newby already joined in our Zoom meeting. Good morning, Dr. Jonathan. Can you hear my voice?
I can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. All right. Before Dr. Jonathan Newby present his seminar, I would like to introduce him to all participants. So Dr. Jonathan Newby is a CASAVA program leader, especially for program activities in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. He worked in Alliance of Biodiversity, or maybe we more familiar with SIAT, International Center for Tropical Agriculture. Dr. Jonathan is agricultural and rural development economist with more than 80 years experience in Southeast Asia. And he joined SIAT in 2013 and has managed CASAVA value chain research across Vietnam, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, Cambodia, and Myanmar. Dr. Jonathan work focused on the drivers of the CASAVA sector, the economic impact of new technologies, local value chain structures, and adoption of innovation, including new varieties, soil management practices, and addressing CASAVA disease through partnership. And I believe Dr. Jonathan has already have a relationship or collaboration with our researcher in Research Center for Food Crops. Today, Dr. Jonathan will present topic about preparing for the new normal, maintaining the productivity of Indonesia's CASAVA sector in the face of emerging disease in Southeast Asia. All right, Dr. Jonathan, I will give you time 20 minutes to present your seminar. And because we have 12 hours difference between Dr. Jonathan is now in America, if I'm not wrong. So thank you for joining us in late evening, Dr. Jonathan. So for this speaker, for Dr. Jonathan speak, we will have discussion straightforward after his presentation, while for other speakers, we will have like panel discussion later. So I give time to Dr. Jonathan to start your presentation, please.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes. Please make a slideshow.
Okay, thank you very much. So firstly, I wanted to give some information about what's happening in terms of cassava disease in mainland Southeast Asia, and to try to think through what's happening in Indonesia and what should be happening to prepare. So as you heard, I work for now the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SIAT. Our visions for food systems and landscapes that sustain the planet, drive prosperity, and nourish people. So I think for your theme today of food, feed, and fuel, there are a number of ways that these match. Of course, we're a research-based organization and looking at how we can deliver solutions through partnership. For the cassava program, our mission is to improve the livelihoods of cassava smallholders by working to co-develop solutions for different locations, and again, working very closely with partners, including farmers, governments, and industry, to make sure the solutions that we develop reach farmers' fields. And quickly, SIAT has the largest collection of cassava germplasm, and we look to utilize this again to see how we can add value to those kind of markets that you are outlining and discussing today. So to do that, we do have a number of breeding programs of relevance. So there is breeding for market segments, looking at food security and improved nutrition. There's markets where we're breeding for direct consumption, so some of the boiled cassava or fried cassava in Indonesia, some of the processed markets like tape or keripik. And then there's the work on industrial market segments for animal feed or for industrial starch, and a whole range of really interesting food market segments with specialty traits. On the fuel side, again, there's some interesting traits that can be exploited
There's some small granule starch that isn't in a pipeline yet that can be exploited if the demand's there. But what I want to talk about today is that all that's put under threat when we have a shock to productivity through disease. And in mainland Southeast Asia, we have a very large industrial cassava market that I like to get people to think about as one very connected cassava market, where planting material, where roots, where chips, where capital and labor are all moving across national borders that don't really exist in terms of how the cassava sector works in mainland Southeast Asia. And Indonesia is not separate from this in terms of how prices and trade work. Indonesia is often the second biggest importer of cassava starch in the world, importing largely from Thailand to support processing into other products. But it is also informally importing a lot of genetic material that pops up in the landscape, which has been posing a threat for the introduction of disease to the archipelago. So I wanted to give you some ideas of the timeline of what happened in Southeast Asia and reflect on where we are at the moment. So in 2015, there was a small outbreak in one plantation of cassava in a remote part of Cambodia. And from that introduction, it took around a year before things started to even be published. It took another few years for politics to work, for countries to recognize formally that that disease was there. And then another year for people to get together and develop a plan for the region. So around 3 years from potentially when that disease was introduced to where stakeholders got together and started to put together a plan. After that, it took about another year from when we had a plan in hand to organize and get funding to implement that plan. But we were lucky at that time. We did kickstart things by introducing some sources of resistance from Africa into Vietnam. So here we are almost 10 years later, and the first CMD resistant varieties are only just coming out of the pipeline. But we have had some introduced varieties from IATA and from Africa that have been tested and evaluated for some years. But we're looking at a 10-year lag from when it was first introduced to Cambodia until next year we will see the first release of a variety that was crossed in Vietnam. To give you some indication of what this looks like, these two photos are 10 meters apart. On the left, you have a farmer's field full of disease. On the right, you have a resistant variety that has been introduced and tested. And each year, as we know, breeding takes time, but we will have advanced material that's coming through the system that is then shared from our breeding activities in Vietnam to Laos and Cambodia and other partners. But at this stage, Indonesia is very much not connected to this formal germplasm exchange, and everything is happening informally. You will have the slides, but you can see from that original introduction, so the clone that is most popular at the moment from the IATA material, and now the advanced material, we're having a number of varieties that are being evaluated and moving through for farmer evaluation. And behind them, again, many more varieties that are outperforming. But again, we are a long way down the track of many years of selection, and that process hasn't yet started for Indonesia. The second disease that we have at the same time is cassava witch's broom disease. This is a disease that until very recently was thought to be caused by a phytoplasma, but has recently been shown to be caused by a fungus from the Serta species that also impacts cacao and that we know is in Indonesia. At this stage, we don't have any source of resistance to this disease. So we're basically identifying which varieties are more susceptible and what has some level of tolerance, and really working with the seed system to try and make sure that we have farmers with access to clean planting material. So on the left, this is the farmer's planting material. On the right, this is a trial that has been sourced from another area where there wasn't the disease. And it's very stark to see, and when they harvest those roots, we will know exactly the impact of that clean planting material. But the clock is ticking for Indonesia. A group of people from BRIN and some of my colleagues were visiting the area earlier in the year, and we know there's been a small incursion of CMD into Indonesia. And we also know from our history with mealybug, an incursion into Lampung quickly can move through Java, can quickly get to Bali and Lombok and out to Flores. So there is connectivity between the islands, although it does slow down the progress that we saw in the mainland. So I've tried to put together some recommendations of what we need to do. The first thing is that for Indonesia, we need a multidisciplinary team to be identified of who's working on cassava, who has different expertise, and how do we bring them together to develop a plan. We need people from the genetic innovation. We need crop breeders, crop geneticists. We need people who have field experience, working close on the ground, testing things with agronomy skills. We need people with crop protections, from the crop protection disciplines, who understand insects, who understand viruses and how they move. We need people working on seed system from a physical point of view, from a practical point of view, through to legal point of view of how do we move planting material around officially. For Indonesia, unlike the mainland, we also need people who understand post-harvest and quality. What are the traits beyond resistance that a cassava variety must have for a consumer to accept? And we need people who understand value chains and economics and business models to make sure we're delivering that to farmers. So at CIARD, I have a multidisciplinary team to draw on in my pocket. But when I come to Indonesia, it's often difficult. I know now you have BRIN that has brought together some of these disciplines, but we need to make sure we're pulling on people from the different line ministries, people from industry, people from academia, that we have a team that's working around this problem and can get it under control quickly. Awareness and policy is key. In Laos, we've been able to keep the disease at a much lower level because early on, once there was an outbreak, we had a lot of extension campaigns to identify and stop the movement of planting material into the country. You don't need for it to get to an outbreak stage to start making extension material in Indonesia. We can simply be sharing material from the mainland, from Vietnam, from Laos, and from Cambodia that can be translated into forms that can be communicated through networks in Indonesia to warn people what the symptoms look like and what they should do if they find something that looks suspicious. Surveillance and diagnostics is key. We need people who are trained to identify and to test with molecular tools to give assurance that this is really CMD, not herbicide damage or an outbreak of mites, that can give assurance and enforce eradication. We've started to train a few people from Indonesia, but this needs to trickle down to the islands, to universities, to the various extension services to make sure that when people identify something, they have a way to confirm it. We were able to track and share protocols between the different countries within mainland Southeast Asia. We need to make sure Indonesia is brought into that network for sharing information, be able to share photos, share locations, that we can track the evolution of how this pathogen is moving. But as I said, Indonesia is much more complicated than the mainland because the majority of cassava in mainland Southeast Asia is going into that industrial market segment. And of course, we know in Indonesia that people are using cassava for a huge number of food products. When I come to Indonesia, I enjoy a wide variety of cassava products, from the leaf through to the keripik, through to the kerupuk, through to the fermented tape. There are so many more uses of cassava, so the breeding is going to be a lot more complicated. And we have started to work through what are the different uses of cassava in Indonesia, but what does that mean in terms of a seed product? How many different types of seed market segment are there? And what are the priorities for introgressing resistance? And this is work that needs to continue as we prioritize our breeding effort with the scarce resources that we have. I can tell you from that largest gene bank in the world, where we have over 200 accessions from Indonesia, there is a large amount of duplication where when collections happen, a variety has a different name in a different island. So around 40% of what's in the SEAT gene bank collected from Indonesia many years ago is probably duplicates of the same genotype. Once we understand what varieties that people are using for those different market segments, it's time to really understand, what do farmers want out of that variety? What does a processor want out of that variety to make sure it's meeting those consumer demands? Is it about cooking time? Is it about how much water it holds? Is it about when I cut it into crepic, it doesn't break? So we need to make sure we have really clear product profiles so that when we introgress resistance, we don't just have a resistant variety, but no one wants to consume it. At this stage, we don't have a clear idea how exposed different market segments are, but we can learn a lot from what's happening in other areas. So we know which varieties are more susceptible from the mainland from screening there, and a lot can be shared with you for the industrial market segment based on what is there. But what we also know is that there's many varieties and new varieties popping up in Indonesia that have been introduced informally, but once they get there, their names are changed. The name is different from one village to the next, from one factory to the next. So it's very difficult for us to easily learn, well, this variety is extremely susceptible based on our understanding from Thailand, and this variety is less. So I really encourage you to work through what farmers are growing and to start to make the matches to what is the real name and what we actually know about the level of resistance or susceptibility. But there could be good news. If we work through this, we did identify that there is resistance in the germplasm from Latin America that is grown in some of those market segments in Asia. We think what you call mantiga is the same as what's grown in Thailand called hanati, which is actually a landrace from Costa Rica and from Peru that is grown throughout the world. And I'm sure there's going to be other land races in Indonesia that also carry some level of resistance. So there's opportunities to use markers to understand, do we have resistance already? Potentially some could be sent to a hotspot for screening, say in Vietnam. Or if you did have a controlled environment, you can start to graft on disease and start to work out quickly where are you susceptible to CMD. But I think it is time to introduce new germplasm to Indonesia. I really want to encourage you to make the pathways for formal introduction and sharing of germplasm from partners throughout the region, because the industry is doing it anyway. If we don't have an easy way for industry to import new material, then they're finding illegal ways, which is putting your industry at threat. For the mainland, we were able to tap into resistance from IATA in Africa, from SEAT in Colombia, from DSMZ in Germany, where we use as a transit hub, and also for some activities where SEAT and IATA were working together in Hawaii. So we got a lot of material into the region that's been worked through. We can shortcut a lot of that very quickly and now start to send you the best material for different market segments. So for the industrial market segment, I would probably start to send you material from our breeding program in Vietnam. And from the food market segments, then I would be sending you good material with the cooking quality traits coming from our breeding in Colombia. But who am I sending it to? Where is the capacity to receive large amounts of tissue culture plants but not just to keep them in a tissue culture lab, but to get them out into the field for growing and testing, and then getting them to different partners in the different growing regions of the country. The second part of that is not just germplasm, but we need to speed up the way you're breeding cassava. There's been a lot of innovation to make sure we're introgressing the resistance into the products that we want. We need those flowering to synchronize. We need it to be early. So there's ways we can induce flowering. There's ways we can use pruning and growth regulators to maximize the amount of efflorescence and seed we produce. And so all this needs to be worked through with the breeding program in Indonesia to make sure that we have a higher chance of achieving these products more quickly. The second aspect is, how do we then make sure we're not just testing in one location? You have multiple environments in Indonesia, from the very wet to the very dry in the east, and you have a whole range of different uses of cassava. So to think about what is the regional network for testing of varieties in different areas. Of course, Lampung and Java is going to have, or Lampung especially, industrial uses. As we get into Java, it's going to be more dual purpose and some specialty for cassava, some for some of the food markets. And then, of course, we've got food security at threat in some of the eastern islands and the outer islands. Once we get the material there, who are we working with to test with farmers? Is it with the National Extension Service? Is it with universities? Is it with industry? And of course, those partnerships need to develop of what's on the ground. There's definitely not going to be one model in Indonesia, and we've shown this in the past. Previously, we had collaboration with universities, and at that stage with the Ministry of Agriculture. We've been through the process previously of identifying priority areas with factories, with working with lead agents and their trader network to test varieties in Indonesia. Is something that needs to be centralized to some extent with the introduction of material, but very quickly moving material out to the different islands. And again, this is not going to be straightforward as it is in mainland Southeast Asia, where we need to really bring in that sensory evaluation and consumer preference into that breeding program. There's no point having really great varieties developed in one location if we can't move them through the system. So we need to start to think through, how are we going to multiply new varieties for testing? This was some of the biggest bottlenecks previously when we worked with Balik Kabi. Is if I want to do testing in North Sumatra, how do I get a large amount of material there for testing? So now we're implementing a rapid multiplication system, but we still need the safe introduction of new material and the production of mother plants. So where are we going to do the introduction and multiplication of mother plants in Indonesia? What is the network of labs that can do some of this work? Who will certify to say that these are disease-free, that can go into rapid multiplication systems? And where will we establish these tunnels? Is it with industry? Is it with government? Is it with farmer groups? And again, this may not be a system where there's only one approach. There may be some locations where we need to do this with provincial government. In some cases, we may be able to do it with universities. In some cases, it may be with the private sector. But to have these different models and to understand the network and how seed moves through the system is going to be really important to test and to scale up new varieties. There are lots of options to start to utilize farmer groups and social media. We see this a lot, and I'm sure I'm not involved in too many cassava Facebook groups, but a few in Indonesia. There is a great opportunity to move information through those networks. Obviously, being aware that social media is a double-edged sword, and there's a lot of bad information getting moved around as well. But I think if we start to identify farmer influencers, farmer leaders that can not only test new varieties, can multiply new varieties, and start to sell them as a business model. So I hope that this short presentation has helped you realize the clock is ticking for Indonesia. It moves very, very fast. It's taken us 10 years in the mainland from introduction to starting to see solutions. And there's a lot of lessons that you can learn from that, not only from the mainland, but also in Africa. It really is the time to develop a strategy that involves research, government, and industry. We can't wait any longer. We need to bring together that multidisciplinary team, pulling on the best scientists, the best networkers from across Indonesia, be they in universities or in government, to understand the market well and to start to prioritize. Okay, this product is a little niche product. It's not of great importance at this stage, and we need to be focusing on these key products. The introduction of germplasm through safe methods needs to happen as soon as we hang up. We need to start to get that material to the right people in Indonesia that have the resources to receive it, but the links to the field to utilize it, and to start to draw on your network, your industry network, your extension network, to make sure that the products are being tested throughout the country, tested with farmers in different areas, tested with industry, linked to those different important markets, and making sure that we're meeting consumer needs, or unfortunately we'll have a lot of resistant varieties that aren't being adopted. So thank you very much for giving me time to join you this morning, and I hope we have some time for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan, for your great presentation. Maybe I just stand here. And yeah, it's very interesting, your presentation, and thank you very much. You have raised our awareness about the disease, and then you have some suggestions to our scientists maybe. And I will invite for the participants to give comment or question to Dr. Jonathan, maybe from the offline participant first. If you have any question or comment to Dr. Jonathan presentation, please. You can also ask the question in Indonesian, in Bahasa, if you have, if you're not really confident to speak in English, please. Or anyone from online participant, maybe we have, I'm not sure if Bu Kartika also present online. Please, Pak Untung, yeah. Anyone can help for the, okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice and insightful presentation. Actually, cassava is very huge potential in Indonesia, and it may be become very important. Maybe not until become the staple food, but maybe it can exchange gandum. So is it possible for cassava to exchange wheat in the consumption? Because we consume, Indonesian consume wheat very much, and it is totally imported. And if cassava is possible to exchange the wheat, I think it is very useful for Indonesia. And I'm worried that in your presentation, it mentioned that the disease for cassava is just like countdown into happen. So what is the best for us to do to avoid the break of the disease of the cassava in Indonesia in the future? And one more, actually, I'm doing research in biofortification to increase nutrition value of rice, especially. And for cassava, I would like to know, is it also possible to increase the nutritional value, or even cassava maybe have higher nutrition value compared to rice? I think that is three of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Untung. Can you catch the question from Dr. Untung, Jonathan?
Yeah. So the substitution for wheat is something that people have been working on for quite a while, and I think Indonesia is probably one of at the forefront of some of that work with the modified cassava flour, the mocaf work using fermentation. There are new varieties with waxy traits that can increase the amount of cassava you can substitute for wheat. At this stage, there's not really for bread products. There's not really you need some wheat in there at this stage. For some other bakery products, then you can get full substitution. And with the gluten-free kind of market increasing, we are seeing some food ingredient companies moving to cassava flour to replace that. So there's definitely work that can be done on the germplasm side with varieties that improve the amount of substitution. There's work that needs to happen on the food technology and adding other additives to get that product. And I think Indonesia has definitely has got the people to continue to work on that. On the biofortification, yes. So we've been biofortifying for beta carotene, and the amount of beta carotene is increased significantly. And we've talked a while about introducing some of those clones to Indonesia. You can have the increased nutrition, but again, that needs to be incorporated into a product that a consumer wants. So it's whether we have biofortified cassava for boiled cassava, or is it biofortified cassava for flour? So to really understand where you may have an impact on nutrition, or is it just a market that someone might get a premium from? So in which locations are people eating enough cassava that you may actually have a nutritional impact versus it being an interesting niche product? And on the third one, so I mean, the thing that you can do is strengthen your domestic breeding and seed system so that you don't rely on importing informally new varieties from your neighbors. So to be able to introduce through formal channels, improve breeding lines, but to strengthen your national breeding program and your seed system so that industry has somewhere to turn to increase productivity, to tap into these new opportunities, will mean they don't have to look to Thailand and Vietnam for solutions to continue to be competitive.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan, for the explanation. Please, if you have any other question to Dr. Jonathan.
Pak Haris, saya mau tanya.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Pak Haris.
Yeah, please.
Dr. Jonathan, please introduce me. My name is Made, and I'm one group with Dr. Kartika and Professor Solihin in tuber crop research group at BRIN. So your presentation is very interesting. I have a question. What kind of virus species that you find in Indonesia for the cassava mosaic disease? Because I frequently find this kind of symptom in the field during my research at Electri. Thank you very much. And one more. And is there any differences between the symptom that you find in Africa, in India, or in Vietnam that compared to the symptom occur in Indonesia? Thank you very much.
So the strain of the virus that's been introduced to Indonesia is the Sri Lankan strain. So the same as that's in mainland Southeast Asia. At this stage, that's the only strain that we're aware of in Southeast Asia. Of course, in India, there's the Indian strain and the Sri Lankan strain. And in Africa, there's multiple other strains. So Again, I want to highlight the importance of people not introducing informally what they think is a resistant variety, because you could very well introduce additional strains. And the Sri Lankan strain, if you had to have one, is probably one of the one that does the less damage compared to some of the African strains. So the sample that was found in Lampung's been sequenced. We can confirm that it is the Sri Lankan strain. I think this is, you highlight an important point. Often people find new symptoms in the field. They may take a photo, but unless there's the diagnostic capacity that you can send it and get confirmation, or you can use rapid tests, it may stay there for weeks or months or years before we actually do something about it. So to build that diagnostic network and capacity is going to be important, so that when someone sees something they don't know, that you can quickly send it and give them confirmation and eradicate, because eradication may save you many, many years compared to having an explosion.
And one more suggestion. I used to become the head of electric in 2008 until 2010, and also the director of Central Research for Food Crop in Bogor. But now, since this lead bank, I mean the Ministry of Agriculture, not exist anymore, so I hope the collaboration between SIAT and also and BRIN now still occur and should be make stronger. But as you know, I'm sorry that you came to BRIN and Purwodadi. I didn't accompany you since I was in Jakarta at the time. So I hope that the collection of cassava germplasm collection can be built again as strong as when we work at the Ministry of Agriculture at the IARD. So I hope that this kind of disease we have should be prevented. Otherwise, the farmer will become victim of that, especially since in the suboptimal land condition, cassava has become a major food for people in Indonesia, especially in the eastern part of Indonesia. Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan. See you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope you can use this to catalyze some partnerships, be they formal or informal, because you need a full team from Ministry of Agriculture and BRIN working together on this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Made Mujaya. And then I think we have some question from the participant online in the chat.
Okay, so the Mukibat system, the only place I've ever seen it done on any scale is in Indonesia. So I don't think it's something that people have done. I mean, some of the resistance in some of the clones that was first done was an integration between some of the wild species. But at this stage, due to the starch content, Mukibat has never really taken off anywhere else. Which really needs special. I mean, there's the second question. There's many different characteristics that are needed for your different applications. So it's going to be much more complicated. We can send material that's better for boiled cassava, things that are better for some of the processed cassava, and then the industrial cassava. But you really need to build the capacity to phenotype and medium to high throughput phenotyping if you're going to start to introgress resistance into some of these consumer products. You have to remember that some of the most popular eating varieties in Indonesia have been introduced hundreds of years ago from Latin America. So breeding a new variety that meets the consumer demands is much, much more complicated than breeding a new industrial variety. So building that into your breeding program, the sensory evaluation, not with a few numbers, but to be able to do that at a medium to high throughput method needs to also be tackled.
And we have another question from Bukatika. Jonathan, please.
I mean, the island is it helps you as well as a hindrance. So it's going to slow down the spread of disease. We can see that most of the outbreaks are going to happen by industry, moving planting material from one island to another. It's going to happen by projects. It's not going to be whitefly flying from Lampung to Flores. So I think the most important thing you can do is raise awareness to make sure that no one's putting stems in suitcases without understanding if they're clean. But to, as I said, build that seed system out at that island level. If I only have to send one box of clean planting material to Flores and there's rapid multiplication set up there, then I can be assured that I can check that one box that it's disease-free rather than sending thousands of stems to another island where I don't have the financial resources to check that every stem is disease-free. So start to invest in the seed system. I think you have a very strong university network. You have great regional universities to link to those in places where the industry is not present will be important to make sure that you're moving new varieties and clean seed through the country.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan, for your answer. And then many suggestions to us. And of course, it's very important for us. Because of the time limitation, I think we will stop the question answer in this time. And again, I would like to thank Dr. Jonathan for your time until late night to accompany us in our FGD today. And please give applause to Dr. Jonathan. And we hope that our collaboration will continue, will be more productive and stronger in the future, Dr. Jonathan. Thank you very much again. All right. The next presenter will be Professor Solihin, and he will also present online. Prof. Solihin, are you with us now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Solihin. Before Prof. Solihin start his presentation, I would like to introduce his background. Professor Dr. Solihin is a professor of research in National Research and Innovation Agency. Next, please. All right. His expertise is mainly in plant breeding, and he completed his PhD degree in Brawijaya University, and then his master in the Philippines, undergraduate in Brawijaya University. Prof. Solihin has quite many research experience. In some of them are in development of superior varieties and high-yielding cassava cultivation. And then he also involved in the development of superior cassava varieties for food, raw materials, and adaptive industries on potential line. He released some cassava cultivars, for example, Famas 1 cassava, and then UK1 agritan, and then UK2 in 2013. And he also has published many publications in journal and proceeding. I will give the time to Professor Solihin to start your presentation. Your time is 20 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ades. I confirm the screen share already. Hello? What about the screen?
Yes, I can see already, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everybody. Today, I want to present about the use of cassava for small-scale ethanol production. So the keyword in the title is the ethanol. Ethanol can be used as an additive for fuel and chemical industry, alcoholic, beverage, perfumery, and medicine. And ethanol is flammable liquid organic compound. Ethanol can be applied to the internal combustion engine mixed with gasoline in different properties. So based on the our new president hope the Indonesian should be in self-sufficient in energy. So the ethanol is have a chance to inform this opportunity. So ethanol used in there is alternative form. There is E5, E10, E15, E25, and E85. Some countries, but most countries use E5 and E10 mixture between gasoline and ethanol. So this is the ethanol production in some countries. So the energy security is a complex issue with its implication in wide range of spheres, including political, economic, environmental, social, and technical. To ensure the national energy security, reduce dependence on oil import, reduce emission of greenhouse gases, and also increase farmers' income. Many countries encourage the development of the fuel ethanol industry. Currently, more than 40 countries and regions, such as Brazil, United States, European Union, China, Argentina, Canada, Thailand, India, and other regions in the world have promoted fuel ethanol developments. Based on the statistic of the American Renewable Energy Association, the annual global fuel ethanol is about 29.1 billion tons in 2019. And the United States and Brazil accounting 4% and 30% of the world production. So this is, I want to, the ethanol production in USA, because the USA, United States is the world largest producer of ethanol, and its production has increased significantly since 1980. Ethanol is domestically produced alternative fuel, most commonly made from corn. So corn is based starch, similar with cassava. So I want to compare with the cassava. In US is a feasible industry using the corn. So cassava also I think it's feasible if used as a raw material for ethanol production. Most ethanol in the United States is produced from starch-based crops by dry or wet mill processing. Nearly 90% of ethanol plants are dry milled due to lower capital costs, and dry milling is a process that the green corn into flour and fermented into ethanol. More than 98% of US gasoline contain ethanol, around 10 form. So ethanol is 10%. 10%. Another country is in Brazil. In Brazil, in 1931, for the first time, gasoline distribution were required to mix the fuel with at least 5% of ethanol. In 1990, the government increased up to 20% of requirement of the mixture, and sugarcane has been the primary feedstock ethanol production for decades. The most widely available mixture are E5 and E10. So the different raw material between US and Brazil. Another country is in China. China became the third largest ethanol producer and accounting for 4% of the world. China ethanol industry is more sensitive to the price of corn. So in China also is mostly from corn. China full ethanol production around 2.57 million ton of 80% green base from corn, wheat, and rice in 2022, and 10% from cassava or sugarcane base. So mostly is from starch base. Now we have in Thailand, ethanol production in Thailand increased rapidly from 1.05 billion liters in 2014, and a peak is 1.61 billion liters in 2019. And sugarcane and cassava as feedstock or raw material. At the present, April 2021, there are 26 ethanol industry operating in Thailand, most which downstream operating that are part of largest company active in sugar or cassava market. And for molasses-based production, raw material account for 60 until 70% production cost. Operating costs take up further 25 until 35%, and 5% goes toward fixed costs. For cassava-based production, 45 until 60%, and raw material contributed a lower share of overall production costs, but operating costs are higher, 35 until 4% of the total, while fixed costs are the same at 5%. And the most important input into Thai ethanol production are molasses, cassava, and sugarcane. In 2020, they were accounted for respectively 55%, 38%, and 4% of all ethanol production in Thailand. The authorities have required that regular petrol be mixed with 10% ethanol when sold to the public, and this yield the gasoline 91 and gasoline 95. So the government policy is important thing to initiate to develop the ethanol production from the cassava. So this is the Thai industry, ethanol industry in Thailand. So the feedstock or raw material is from molasses. The number in industry is 10 with 2.60 million liters. And cassava, the number on industry is 10. And cassava molasses is 5 and cane juice 1. So cassava still contributed in this industry. Now in Indonesia, I think late to start the ethanol production in Indonesia, but at the moment, I think PT Inero Mojokerto, I think is part of the BUMN, I think. And PT Molindo Malang can reduce the fuel grade around 5.7% from need for Jawa Timur and Jakarta. So ethanol production full grade as much as 40,000 kiloliter, while for need for ethanol as much as 996,000 kiloliter to mix the fuel with at least 5% ethanol for Jawa Timur and Jakarta. Energy security become issue strategies in Indonesia. President of Indonesia hope Indonesia can reach the energy in self-sufficient or resource. We know the refined oil and crude oil import of Indonesia was as much as 407,000 billion rupiah during January and September 2022. So Indonesia government have launched bioethanol for motor vehicle in July 2023, mixed between Pertamax and ethanol, 5% from ethanol. So this is condition ethanol production in Indonesia. How is the impact if the use the ethanol as fuel? So with 10% of volume of bioethanol or ethanol, up to 6 million tons of CO2 emitted per year could be reduced if you use ethanol as mixed between ethanol and gasoline for vehicle. And then the for ethanol production, it should be better if we use the diversity of raw material. So some raw material can be used for ethanol production are the sugarcane, sugar beet, corn, cassava, sweet potato, sweet sorghum, and wheat, and other plant can be used as raw material for ethanol production. So the reason why the cassava as feedstock for biofuel, so the cassava is drought resistant and easy to produce with low input, and root with high starch content, and the excess production of fruit in many regions, and it adds value to cultivation of cassava, and social and economic sustainability and high yield. So this is the step to produce the ethanol from cassava. So cassava root harvest and then washing and then keeping, drying, and then goes to milling and refining, and then get the cassava flour, and then it releases and fermentation, distillation, and the product is the ethanol. This the step to produce ethanol from cassava. The option to use the cassava chip, there is advantages. So if we use the cassava chip as a raw material to produce ethanol, it is easy to process and easy to store and easy to carry. Starch is important in ethanol production. So starch is raw material in many fermentation process, and it is a polysaccharide carbohydrate consisting of a large number of glucose monosaccharide unit joined together by glucoside bond. All plant seed and tuber contain starch, which is predominantly present as amylose and amylopectin. Depending on the varieties, cassava starch generally contain 20 until 25% amylose and 75 to 80% of amylopectin. This is stargen. Stargen is the enzyme, the granular starch hydrolyzing enzyme, and applicable for hydrolyzing granular starch in ethanol production. So this is the method to increase the efficiency to produce the ethanol from the cassava. And then so we need amylose from quachi and glucoamylose from nature. The potential benefit of MCD is energy saving, capacity increase, reduction of yield growth inhibitor, and operational cost reduction, value added by product, and process simplification and saving on capital cost. So this is important thing of stargen in ethanol production. So this is the illustration how is stargen affected the granular starch. So hello. So with the stargen 2 hours, granular like this, so there is small hole. And then if the
Solihin, you have 2 minutes left for your presentation, please.
Okay. And then with the stargen 4 hours, the granular bigger than the 2 hours, and stargen with stargen 8 hours, the granular with bigger than the stargen with 4 hours. So this is the opportunity to increase efficiency ethanol production. So by using the enzyme, so the left side is conventional process. So we need liquefaction by alpha amylase and then saccharification by glucoamylase, fermentation and separate. And we need a total 71 hours. And then the advanced process, we need rhizome plus yeast. So we need only 30 derajat Celsius, and we need only total 55% to produce the ethanol. And then the another option is another advanced process is liquefaction, saccharification, and fermentation, and by stargain and plus yeast together, and then we need less than 55 hours to produce ethanol. So this is the small industry, in ethanol industry, small scale. So we involve the farmers with 50 until 100 hectares. So this is illustrate how involve the farmer community to produce the ethanol. This is the feedstock preparation of cassava. So from cassava, and then the product is cassava refined flour, and then goes to ethanol production. This is the illustration how to produce ethanol. 96%. This is for small scale for ethanol industry, with involve the cassava farmers. So this is the advantages, small scale. And this is the production cost, excluding the raw material cost of the ethanol from various crops. So for cassava in Thailand, $0.24 US per liter. I think similar, yes, I think similar with Brazil, $0.2 US per liter. So we can reduce the production cost by the enzyme. And conclusion, ethanol industry with cassava raw material is potential to be developed in Indonesia to ensure the national security, energy security, to reduce dependence on oil import, reduce emission gas, house gas, and also to increase farmers' income. I think enough for my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Solihin, for your presentation. And please stay with us. We will have a discussion later after we listen to the next two speakers. And we invite the next speakers, Dr. Melanie Blanca Ocreto from GRIN Pro Philippines. Dr. Melanie, are you with us now?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Can
Okay,
you
good
hear
morning.
me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Thank you very much, Dr. Melanie. Before you start your presentation, I will introduce you to the participants. Dr. Melanie Blanca Ocreto will present the topic on innovative technology for seed storage and monitoring. So, Dr. Melanie is Innovation Manager in Global Support and Production, GRIN Pro Philippines, in Zambales, Philippines. Yeah, right. And she finished her doctoral degree in UPLB, Philippines, and a master degree from ASEAN Institute of Technology, Pathum Thani, Thailand, and undergraduate in University of Southern Mindanao. She registered as professional agriculture engineer, license number 5532. I think it's some position in Philippines. And then she is innovation manager, innovation team, and technical service department from 2022 until present in GRIN Pro Philippines. And then from 2021 to September 22, she was manager, customer support department. And then before, she has experience as assistant professor in the UPLB, and then assistant manager in technical support department. And then from 2004 until 2016, She worked in College of Engineering and Computing, University of Southern Mindanao. She has some publication. You can see in the screen number of publication she involved, and then with some, he also attends some convention and conferences. Dr. Melanie, you have 20 minutes to present your topic. Please, time is yours.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, let me share my screen. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, yes. And just make it a slideshow, please. Yeah. Yeah, great.
Okay. Okay. Yes, good morning, everyone. Yeah, again, I am Melanie Blanco Ocreto. I'm from GrainPro Innovation Team. So let me present a technology that is efficient in storing seeds, which is called hermetic storage technology. So this is actually based on modified atmosphere technology. So of course, our aim for this is to maintain the germination and viability of seeds in a long-term storage. So the presentation will actually cover the first part will be the challenges of storing seeds, especially in tropical countries. And of course, the last part will be some resolutions or some solutions that can address such challenges that we face. So these are the challenges that we face when we store seeds. We have insects, we have moisture, and of course, we have exposure to oxygen or oxidation. So we will go through this one by one in my next slides. So actually, to combat these challenges, there are several technology that is already present or that is already utilized. So we have the cold storage. Of course, cold storage is really effective. But the problem with cold storage is that it demands electricity and power is really expensive. So we need to look for alternatives to provide an efficient way to store our seeds, especially for long term. So what we have is what we call the controlled atmosphere technology and the hermetic storage technology. Actually, these two technology is under modified atmosphere technology. So the controlled atmosphere technology and the hermetic storage technology does not or do not need electricity. So that you can just place that in a warehouse, and yes, it can effectively reduce deterioration of seeds, and it can actually maintain germination and viability of seeds. Actually, this technology is also effective in storing other dried agricultural products, such as what we use for feeds and food. So we will start with the most challenging factor that affects the germination and viability of seeds. So those are insects. Of course, if we have insects during storage, it actually increases the chances of mold growth and contamination because of the damages they incur to the seeds. And with that, it affects the germination and seed vigor. So how does insects damages or deteriorate the seeds during storage? Insects, of course, it is classified as external and internal feeders. So either way, they can actually cause damage to the seeds because they are directly feeding on the germ. So if they are directly feeding on the germ, so with that, they are already damaging the seeds. And with the damages that they also incur into the seeds, such as, of course, they feed on the starch and some other components or parts of the seeds, the damages that they incur into the seeds encourages fungal and bacterial growth as well. And in silos or other storage system, these insects are respiring. So they create hotspots. So they elevate the temperature during storage. So because of the activities that they have, and of course, they increase the respiration rate. Now, if there are hotspots in the storage system, they can actually deteriorate or age the seeds. So those are the damages that the insects can incur during the storage of seeds. And we have another vector that causes damage to the seeds, which is very detrimental. These are molds. Actually, the molds can grow if there is high moisture. And of course, the moisture of the seeds has to be, we need to store the seeds at a moisture level that will not encourage mold development, which I will explain later on the next slide. So of course, as we know, molds can deteriorate seeds and can also affect the germination and vigor and the overall quality of seeds. Now, this is how molds develop. So we have what we call the water activity. So actually, generally, molds will start to grow if the relative humidity of the condition is greater than 65%. Now, we want to store the seeds at 60 to 65% RH. So this is where generally dry commodities will have no problems or issues with any fungus or mold development. So you want to maintain the storage condition at this stage. However, if we have a relative humidity at 65 to 85%, it is where aerobic fungi or molds will start to develop. So actually, for other commodities, dried commodities, such as the commodities that we use for food or feed or grains, for the grains, this is in this area, it is where toxins or mycotoxins are being produced. So that includes aflatoxin and orthotoxin, which is very detrimental to the health of the consumers. So we want to prevent this range here. Also, we want to prevent an increase of moisture in which the RH reaches from 85% to 100%, because this area here will encourage anaerobic bacteria growth. So, of course, we have also pathogenic bacteria that will develop or being produced here. So how can we maintain the condition here? So we want to maintain that in seed storage and of course the storage of other dried agricultural commodities. So actually there are several technology that is already available how to maintain this. So in Indonesia alone, of course, Indonesia is a tropical country. So the RH is really greater than 90%. And of course, the temperature is also very suitable for mold development and insect activity. So of course, generally, commodities such as seeds that include seeds are hygroscopic in nature. Though we dried it at, we are aware that we need to dry the seeds at 65% RH, but these are hygroscopic. So they tend to absorb moisture. So in the long run, if the storage of those seeds are not good enough to protect it from moisture, it will eventually approach an RH which is equal to the surroundings. So if the seeds will approach an RH of 90%, so we know that it will encourage mold development and also bacterial development. So if it's seeds, yeah, so you will be able to have problems with a low germination rate, and also the vigor of seeds will be also affected. So we have also another factor that can actually affect the germination or the overall quality of seeds. That is the presence of oxygen, because some oxidation and it is actually coupled with aging of seeds. So the presence of oxygen actually, the prolonged exposure of seeds during storage and actually affect the germination and viability. Of course, if the area has high temperature and relative humidity, and if it encourages mold development also and insects, it will also hasten the oxidation process. So this is a paper from Dr. Groot. So in his experiment, as you can see, of course, we have a cold storage that can really effectively preserve the quality of seeds. So for this, you have 90.1%, but of course you have negative 20, which is very expensive if we are going to apply it for storage. Now, from this experiment, he placed oxygen absorber to minimize or reduce the presence of oxygen during storage. And he also used drying beads or desiccants to reduce the RH. So as you can see, reduction in oxygen and reduction in RH eventually preserve the quality of seeds as compared to others without oxygen absorbers and desiccants. the quality of seeds or the viability of seeds really drop. So it is really advisable to preserve or to store seeds at low humidity and, of course, minimize the oxygen also during storage. So hermetic storage technology, as let me explain how it works. So actually, it is based on the biogeneration of an oxygen-depleted and carbon dioxide-enriched interstitial atmosphere. In simple terms, it relies solely to the respiration of the living organisms in a gas-tight chamber. So of course, during respiration, this is our hermetic bags. It is gas tight. It is actually equipped with an excellent barrier layer. So this one is actually a 7-layer film. So it has an excellent oxygen transmission rate, very low, not permeable to both water vapor and oxygen. So if it's sealed or gas tight, the grains, the insects, and the microflora inside respires. So if they respire, they consume oxygen, the remaining oxygen. So during the respiration process, the carbon dioxide is being produced. So by lowering the level of oxygen inside, it will eventually kill insects. So it will eliminate insects. And actually that includes all stages of insects. So that includes the egg, the larva, the pupa, and the adult. Because even eggs require oxygen to survive. So the good thing about this is that we don't need any chemical fume gas. So it is also safe. So the main objective of hermetic sealing or gas tight or maintaining a gas tight container is that we need to reduce the oxygen level to below 3%, or that increases the carbon dioxide level at approximately 10% to 15%. So this will in turn kill the insects. It will not only eliminate insects, but it will also minimize the presence of oxygen. So it will minimize also the oxidation and aging of seeds during storage. So these are just some few scientific studies that that were conducted, and that includes studies from International Rice Research Institute. So this is in Vietnam. So as you can see from this study, this line here is the initial data. Purple is hermetic storage, and this one is an open storage. So this is non-hermetic. So after several months of storage, as you can see, for hermetic storage, there's a very low drop of germination rate during storage, insignificant, as compared to the open storage. So the blue one, there's a significant drop of germination, this blue graph here. So this is, I think, around 8 months of storage. And for insects, as you can see, the initial data is this one. And then we have hermetic storage. There's a 0 to small insect count per kilogram. And as you can see in the open storage, there's a lot of insects that were seen or that were observed after the storage period. So you can actually correlate the presence of insects to the germination rate. So of course, if there are a lot of insects, your germination rate will be also affected. Also, this is another study from Erie. So this is with lentil seeds. So as you can see with jute bags, this is an open storage. So this is non-hermetic. Using the hermetic storage, as you can see, the germination rate are well preserved. There's a minimal discoloration. And for the insect count, there is a minimal presence of insects in hermetic bags. And there's a lot of insects that were found in an open storage. And this is also a study in collaboration with Erie as well. So this is with wheat. So from this, it was concluded that grain pro bags was able to maintain a low moisture content, and it was able to maintain the germination vigor, and the insect damage was minimized as compared to other storage method. So it was concluded that grain pro hermetic bags were mostly successful in preventing moisture migration during storage in several locations. So as you can see, with hermetic storage, you can actually preserve the germination and vigor and overall quality of seeds by preventing moisture ingress and also by eliminating insects. So these are summary of the advantages of hermetic technology. So there's no need to use chemical or toxic treatments such as phosphine. So it is safe for our farmers actually. And then it could be an alternative to warehouse because it is mobile and flexible. It secures the quality of the commodity. It preserves the seed germination and vigor, and of course, it eliminates insect infestation. And of course, the good thing about this is that we can actually monitor the oxygen level and the relative humidity of hermetic technology. Actually, part of our future development is that we will be able to develop a wireless monitoring system connected to a web app. So if you have your cell phone and you are anywhere in the world, you can actually monitor the storage condition of seeds by just checking your condition or the condition of the storage. That includes the RH, the temperature, the dew point, and the oxygen concentration just by one click in your cell phone. So you can actually have the full control of the condition of the seeds using this technology. So hopefully we'll be able to release this new development by next year. So this is this will be coupled with, of course, hermetic technology system, so that we'll be able to provide a technology that is really effective in preserving seed quality. So GrainPro also has advocacy in promoting a healthy planet. So we provide solutions that decreases the poisonous chemicals and pesticides, and we reduce the use of fossil fuels and lower the carbon footprint using our technology. And we want to keep food supply safe and clean for the consumer. And we also provide a technology for farmers. And then we want that the farmers will have a quality of the commodities will have a better quality so that they can demand a better price. We aim to reduce post-harvest losses. And then we also partner with several organizations in recycling the plastics that we use. So we have partners in the US, and we also venture into looking into alternative materials such as compostable materials. And our vision actually is towards a world without hunger and poverty. And you may also visit us at www.grainpro.com, or you can contact us through customer care at grainpro.com if you want to learn more about our technology. So thank you so much for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Melanie Okreto, for your nice presentation. And please stay with us until next speaker finish the presentation. We will have a panel discussion after this. Now I will invite Bapak Dr. Destika. Pak Destika is the only presenter who come offline. Please, you might sit here. All right. Before Pak Destika present his talk, he will talk about exploring the potential of remote sensing technology for water management in rice cultivation to support methane emission reduction in paddy field. I will introduce briefly Pak Destika to all audience. Dr. Destika Cahyana is researcher in the Center for Food Crops, BRIN. Next, please. All right, his expertise mainly in soil science and particularly in remote sensing. He finished doctoral degree in IPB University in 2022, and then master degree in Shiba University, Japan in 2016, and he completed undergraduate in Sriwijaya University in 2002. He has some research experiences, for example, in tata ruang berbasis mitigasi bencana berdasarkan kondisi tanah dan tutupan lahan pasca gempa in Mamuju, Sulawesi Barat, and then identifikasi kelayakan sapi peranakan angus in Central Java, digital soil mapping for tropical area between 2017 to 2022, and on swampland mapping in Kalimantan under the Ministry of Agriculture from 2014 to 2016. He also has developed some intellectual property rights. For example, is Trivia Rawa. It's technology for swampy line in 2021. And yeah, of course, he has many publications. Is some of his recent publication which are published in international journal. Now I will give time to Pak Destika. Please, for your talk, you have 20 minutes. I will remind you 3 minutes before left. Please, Pak Destika.
Thank you, Mr. Aris, for your time. May I stand up? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, today the day of nervous for me because two kind. First, I'm stuck in the highway. Yeah, so I should turn my car and come late here. And the second, I nervous because I stand in front of my senior. This is my teacher, my supervisor, Mr. Yiyi, Mr. Professor Hasil Sembiring. Respect for you all. Okay, today I would like to present my simple research and preliminary research. This research collaboration from 3 countries, Indonesia, Japan, and Thailand. We will discuss about potential of remote sensing technology for water management in rice cultivation to support methane emission to reduction in paddy field. I am only a member. The coordinator is from Research Center for Geoinformatics. Next. Okay, this is the team. And here the member, Miss Terry. Where Miss Terry? Okay, next. Yeah, let's start to the background. If we consider the position of agriculture in climate change, there are 3 views. First, as a source, and second, as a victim, and the third, as solution. The third is because agriculture emit and release methane, oxide, and carbon dioxide. And agriculture also as a victim because flood, drought, fire, pest outbreak can reduce our productivity. And the third is solution. We can reduce methane, nitrous oxide, and carbon dioxide. And this research focused to calculating and monitoring to give a next. Okay, this is general theory for formation methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. I think all of you already understand this. In the left part, this is a reduction condition, anoxic condition, and the right part is the dry condition, oxidation condition. In the reduction, the soil emit dominant of methane, and in the dry condition, from the soil emit dominant oxide. So we should maintain the paddy field area intermediate to reduce methane release. Next. This is our activity in this research. We know manual measurement is very high cost and expensive. Would come to the paddy field, And you know, this chamber is very expensive. One chamber around 2 million. So also the manual measurement is time consuming, also complicated. So in my mind, in our mind, manual measurement only for research and only for validation, not for monitoring. So we need an alternative way for monitoring the greenhouse gas emission. Next. Okay, in this part, we will propose the remote sensing approach to reduce the cost and to reduce the time. There are two types of remote sensing approach. First is passive remote sensing, and second is active remote sensing. Passive remote sensing use Sentinel and Landsat, and active remote sensing is use Alos Pulsar. Okay, next. Okay, maybe if you not from remote sensing background, you will confuse what is passive remote sensing and what is active remote sensing. Let's imagine the Android. Okay, passive remote sensing is when you use camera without flash, because the energy come from the sun. Okay, and let's imagine for the active remote sensing, when you use the Android to get the picture, use flash. The energy come from the Android. Okay. Nah. So there are strengths and weakness for both passive sensor and active sensor. The most the easy is passive remote sensing, but we have some obstacle in Indonesia because a lot of cloud cover in Indonesia. So we cannot use energy from sunshine. Okay, next. Let's do the aim our research is to get spatial modeling of methane emission at alternate water drainage based on passive remote sensing and active remote sensing. Next. Okay, this is the study location in Ciberes, Subang in West Java in Indonesia. We conduct the research from February to the May and already finished. And also the second season is July to October, but the data still processing. Next. Okay, this is our activity. We come to the paddy field, and our partner, Miss Terry from Balingtan, teach the farmer and teach the researcher from Geoinformatic Research Center to measure and use chamber to measure the methane emission. This is very expensive. Okay, next. Okay. The remote sensing data for passive remote sensing, we use Landsat 8 and Landsat 9 and Sentinel imagery from February to April, and we processing using Google Earth engine. Okay, next. Okay, and then from the data satellite, we calculate index. We use vegetation index. There are two types. Normalize different vegetation, and the second is Hans vegetative vegetation index 2. And then this is very simple method. We only build a regression analysis from the NDVI and FE to the methane emission. Okay, maybe you can imagine what is NDVI. And what is FE? The simple, in the green leaf, in the natural vegetation is the green wavelength. So we can see the green color. And the thick vegetation, maybe the yellow, okay. The green wavelength is low, okay. But this wavelength cannot detect the difference. Yeah. So we calculate NDVI index. This is, for example, this is in the vegetation reflects light is more than the thick plants. Okay. Now, this is only in near infrared wavelength. So we cannot use green wavelengths to detect the phenology of plant. We should use near infrared visible. This is in red wavelength, not in green wavelength, because vegetation absorb red wavelength more than green wavelength. Okay, we know NDVI for good vegetation is higher than in thick vegetation. Also in, so we can discriminate where the good condition. Next. And this is the illustration for active remote sensing. This is in active remote sensing, SAR, the wavelength is for X band is 3 centimeter, and band is 6 centimeter, and L band around 23 centimeter. So because this is longer than X band and the L band can penetrate vegetation deeply than the shorter wavelength. So in this research, we use L band from the ALOS pulsar, and here we can see with L band 23 centimeter, the wavelength can penetrate paddy and can detect the inundation of paddy field. Okay, next. And this is for active remote sensing methodology. This is a simple formula. The methane from the rice is multiply of the area and the rice phenology, stage of paddy, and the emission factor. We use the data from here. Okay, next. Okay, let's do the result. This is the passive remote sensing. We saw temporal vegetation index, NDVI and FE. You see before, NDVI value is more than FE, but the pattern is similar. Okay, see, so it means the data is consistent. Okay, data is consistent, and also in the sentinel, although there are different, but the pattern is consistent. Okay, next. Nah, so after that, we calculate regression. Methane flux vs NDVI and methane flux vs FE. Here we can see this is for NDVI, Landsat 8 and Landsat 9, and the bottom for Sentinel-2. And we know the regression is positive. The coefficient of determinant moderate to high is more than 0.4. Okay, and we see although the FE lower than NDVI in the graph in the pattern, but has higher than Lancet. So it means we can use FE because FE is higher. Okay, next. This is the spatial distribution. You can see from the regression linear, we can predict the model. This is the amount of methane. There are different, but the pattern is almost similar. Okay. Next. Nah, this is our calculation. This is a preliminary study because in the second season we should validate. Okay, this is from alternate water drainage is similar from NDVI at the chamber in the field, and also in the AWD also, but maybe in here in continuous flooding the amount is error. So we should ensure for this season. Okay, and different around 10 milligram from the satellite and from the Fadi field. Next. Okay, and this is for active remote sensing. For this method, we only take where the area inundation and dry. So we can see the blue is inundation, is dry. It's very clear the Alos pulsar because Alos pulsar can penetrate the cloud cover. Okay. Next. This is our we see this is green. Yeah, it's been in the treatment multiple drainage period, and this is continuous fluid. In this area, the methane is higher than in the green area. Okay, next. Okay, this is our calculation. The red indicate higher of methane. And also in the right part, we can see the area with continuous fluid and multiple drainage period and single drainage period. Okay. Yeah, but for the active remote sensing, I'm sorry because the data we cannot publish here because still in the paper. Yeah, so we cannot show for you. But the key is when HH and HP more than 19, it's the inundation area. HH is mean HH when wavelength from the satellite come HH horizontal here and come back here. And HP horizontal vertical come here horizontal and come back vertical. Okay, the value is 19. If more than 19, the area is inundation, but I cannot publish here. I'm sorry. Okay. Our conclusion is NDVI and FE obtained from two different data, Landsat and 9 and Sentinel-2 can use for predict emission of methane, and the EP is better than for NDVI. But although FE is better better than NDVI, we should use NDVI because to ensure the consistency. Okay, and the second, future study could be done to add another field measurement to validate our data. And the third, active remote sensing awas pasar also has potential to detect the inundation of paddy field and predict the emission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Destika, for your presentation. Now we have a panel discussion for our three presenters. We have quite many times until 11 this morning, and maybe the organizer can show our two speakers, Dr. Melanie and Prof. Solihin, in the screen, please. No, can you please show the speakers? Yeah. All right. I will invite all participants if you have any question or comment. Pak Yiyi and then Bu Nurul. Yeah, please, Pak Yiyi.
Thank you, Pak Aris. My question is for Prof. Solihin. Please translate to English ya, biar jelas. Yang pertama untuk Prof. Solihin.
You have to use English.
No, you translate to English for Prof. Solihin. The first one for Prof. Solihin. Berapa rendemennya Pak etanol dari cassava? Ya Pak Aris, silahkan terjemah bahasa Inggris ke Pak Solihin ya. Yang kedua, Prof. Solihin. Apakah sudah ada mini mill ya yang bisa dipergunakan kelompok tani untuk membuat etanol itu? Karena kebetulan saya juga sebagai pendamping Pemda Sumedang ya mau mengembangkan agroindustri dan ini cukup menarik mengembangkan etanol, dan juga Pertamina juga ada kegiatan untuk menyerap etanol dari masyarakat. Yang ketiga, adakah financial analysis ya untuk ethanol production, small scale ethanol production di Indonesia, mungkin studi kasus sebagai baseline info bagi kami. Terima kasih Pak Aris, silakan diterjemahkan Pak Aris ke Pak Solihin. Terima kasih.
Thank you Pak Yiyi. Ya Pak Solihin, can you catch a question from Pak Yiyi?
Yes. Nanti saya jawab bahasa Indonesia saja.
Ya, please.
Sekarang ya. Jadi gini Pak Yiyi. Halo. Jadi yang pertama tadi rendemen. Jadi rendemen itu memang tergantung varietasnya Pak Yiyi. Jadi kita punya beberapa varietas, memang ada yang untuk menghasilkan 1 liter itu kita perlu sekitar 5,5 kilo ubi basah. Tapi umumnya, jadi umumnya itu 1 liter 1 kilo ubi basah. Itu yang sementara. Kemudian ini jadi milling, jadi yang skala kecil ya. Kalau kita ingin mengembangkan itu, mungkin kita bisa kontak dengan beberapa teman di Thailand, barangkali itu banyak barangkali. Jadi karena di sana udah banyak yang berkembang itu. Jadi kalau di Indonesia memang saya belum ya karena memang belum ada yang memulai. Jadi mungkin teman-teman di Universitas Jano mungkin bisa memulai. Jadi ini kan saya dalam rangka untuk menginisiasi, jadi mempromosikan ini. Jadi pikiran saya ini kan sekarang lagi Pak Presiden kita itu lagi pingin kemandirian energi. Jadi kita berusaha mempromosikan ini, melibatkan petani ubi kayu sehingga kesejahteraan petani juga akan meningkat. Jadi untuk ini untuk di Indonesia barangkali memang belum ada barangkali. Jadi kita tapi bisa kontak ke beberapa di Thailand. Jadi apa lagi tadi ya? Barangkali
Analisis
itu.
Ya, untuk analisis
Barangkali
ekonominya,
itu ya.
Pak.
Apa?
Analisis ekonomi.
Analisis ekonomi ini. Jadi kita secara detail di Indonesia memang belum karena memang itu akan tergantung harganya. Jadi harga kalau ada yang jadi kita untuk kenapa saya katakan itu visible. Tidak itu berkiblat ke yang di United States. Jadi United States itu kan berdasarkan stats base. Artinya stat base untuk sementara ini dengan stat base dari jagung dia itu visible dan sampai sekarang dia masih berlanjut terus. Artinya itu indikasi bahwa dengan menggunakan bahan baku stat yang dari jagung dia itu udah untung. Nah, kita copy dengan yang untuk cassava, jadi kita gunakan starch base. Perkiraan saya itu menguntungkan juga. Itu aja Pak Iyi yang bisa saya jawab.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Solihin. Thank you for your answer. And next, Bu Nurul, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Aris. I address my question to Melanie Bianca. It's a very good presentation, Miss Melanie, about the hermetic storage condition. But I have a short experience in maintaining seed viability of several crop seed, and the main factor that's determining the seed quality and seed longevity is the low moisture content and relative humidity, and also the hermetic condition. But I interested in your experiment comparing the two situation, the hermetic and non-hermetic condition. But my question is, do you consider the other factors that affect the seed quality, such as the seed moisture content and environmental temperature and relative humidity? Do you measure the initial germination, etc.? This is the first question. And also, how you minimize the other factors, such as the temperature and the relative humidity effect on your experiment. And the second question is, you introduce about the hermetic bag. That's usually in seed conservation, we use 3-layer foil bags to avoid the moisture absorption and etc. But you introduce the hermetic bag. My question is, what is the material of this hermetic bags, and what is the price? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Nurul. I will give time to Melanie to answer the question, please.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for appreciating my presentation. Yes, to answer the first question, this is about how to control the moisture content, the RH and the temperature. For the moisture content, of course, it has to do with how the seeds are dried. So yes, of course, we need to really dry the seeds properly. So example, if we have rice seeds, so actually it's the drying process that really dictates the correct moisture content prior to storage. So if the seeds are properly dried, it is a big factor that we can say that the storage process will be successful. So for seeds, say example, for rice seeds, the recommendation is of course 10 to 12%. So if we achieve this moisture content, so we need to really maintain this level of moisture content so that we are able to maintain the overall quality of seeds. So for the RH, actually, RH is related to moisture content. So if we have 10 to 12 moisture content for rice seeds, for example, we are able to maintain an RH which is below 65%. So we actually prevent mold development. So all we need to do is to maintain this by creating a condition that will protect the seeds from moisture absorption. So with hermetic technology, it is actually equipped with a barrier layer that will stop the moisture from the environment to come into contact with the stored commodities such as seeds. Of course, for temperature, for our clients, we recommend actually to store the seeds inside the warehouse or in their condition. We do not recommend storing the seeds in an outdoor condition because it is much hotter or the temperature is elevated. So this will actually affect the germination of seeds. So actually I'm talking about the commercial seeds, not the seeds for I think for genetics or that requires a very low temperature. But for commercial seeds, we can store it inside a warehouse using the hermetic container. So to answer your question, actually the question number 1 is related to question number 2. Yes, you are correct that the material of the packaging must be efficient or effective in stopping the increase in moisture content by protecting it from a surrounding which is very humid, like in Indonesia. So actually the foil or the aluminum packaging is also a good choice of packaging the seeds. It is also equipped with a barrier layer. Actually, the oxygen transmission rate and the water vapor transmission rate of aluminum is comparable to the material that we used. So actually, we use 7-layer. So actually, we are using EVOH as the barrier layer. So EVOH, ethylene vinyl, it's EVOH. Actually, it's a technology from Japan. So it is a good barrier against oxygen. And another layer is also polyethylene, which is a very good barrier layer against water vapor. So another layer is a nylon. So the material is actually co-extruded. So it's a monolayer. So all these 7 layers are extruded at the same time so that we have a 7-layer that includes the glue or the tie in between. So we have also a good barrier layer against oxygen and water vapor, similar to the aluminum. Actually, the disadvantage, this is actually related to sustainability. The disadvantage why we are not promoting aluminum or foil is because it's very hard to recycle. Unlike polyethylene-based materials, it is much easier to recycle. And it is much easier to handle. The foil, as you can see, it crumples very easily. So you can see the creases when you are using foil, unlike polyethylene, which is much more durable. But actually, there's no difference, ma'am. Foil is actually also hermetic. And of course, the grain pro bags is also hermetic. Did I answer your question?
How about the cost?
For the cost, sorry. For the cost, actually, I cannot share it to the team. What I can do is to share our contact so that you can ask for the costing. We have actually several hermetic bags. It ranges from, we have bags which is PE based, polyethylene based, which can store around 15 kilograms to 69 kilograms. And we have huge storage solution also, which ranges from 5 metric tons to 300 metric tons. So all I can do now, sorry, I cannot really share the cost. I can share with you the contact person so that you can message him directly about the costing, and also our sales support team, so that you can ask for the pricing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melanie, for the explanation. I will move to the online participant who will ask question. Ibu Ramlah Arif, please.
Thank you to Dr. Melanie. I interest with the grain product, which use the dry chain system to extend lifespan of seed and grain. My question is, have you ever tried to use the grain product to measure a seed and grain quality of many varieties of rice, maize, sorghum, soybean varieties that spreads in Indonesia? My second question, do you have any idea about how to store the seeds, orthodox seeds, which quickly decline their quality, like soybean, besides using dry chain system? Thank you.
Yeah, for the first question, ma'am, thank you so much. Yeah, for your interest in hermetic technology. So, yeah, studies in Indonesia with regards to seeds. Actually, right now we do not have any studies in seed storage, particularly in Indonesia. So we have in Philippines, we have a lot, and we have in Vietnam as well. We have in Nepal, and we have in Latin America and other countries. Actually, we have partners and representatives in Indonesia whom you can contact if you want to conduct a study using the hermetic bags in storing seeds. So particularly in the condition of what you have in Indonesia. What I can share is that several Indonesian companies actually using hermetic bags specifically for coffee storage. I think you have a very good premium Robusta coffee, as well as I think yes. So they're actually using hermetic technology to preserve the quality, and they are also using hermetic storage for storage of rice bran and corn. This is also for feed application. This is also to protect the raw materials for feeds against some insect infestation and molds. So for seeds in particular, yes, we do not have right now. And yes, ma'am, for the second question, can you please repeat the second question?
Do you have any idea about how to store the orthodox seeds that quickly decline their quality, like soybean, sorghum, in the tropic area, like high humidity and temperature in Indonesia, besides using dry chain system? Maybe you have about technology about coating the seed or etc., or any other technology, maybe you know about this?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I've attended several conferences. Yes, there are several methods in preserving seed quality, as you have mentioned. Yes, the coating. But yeah, sorry, I'm not really an expert with other technologies that is present in the market. Yes, we are exposed in using hermetic technology to preserve seeds. Yeah, for dry chain. And actually, we have another technology that is being used by several companies in preserving seeds, especially in eliminating insects. So we call it the controlled atmosphere technology, and this is coupled with hermetic technology using the nitrogen gas system. So at the initial stage, at the first day of storage of seeds, we flush it with nitrogen, because nitrogen is also known as a preservative gas. So this is also a way to preserve the quality of seeds. But yeah, for other technology, I'm not really knowledgeable, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melanie. Okay.
All right, thank you, Melanie and Bu Ramlah. Is there any question from this room? If not, I want to ask Pa Destika one question. It's very interesting approach that you have to measure methane emission using satellite. I wonder, do you also measure the methane? You try to measure methane emission from the rice field with aerobic system or in upland under upland condition?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aris. We only measure methane emission from the sawah and the paddy field with three conditions: continue flooding and alternated water drainage. Yeah, so only in the treatment. Yeah, good question. The key for the good result in this research, we should delineate first the paddy field area. Yeah, because if we cannot delineate first, we can get biased result. Yeah, so in this research, the allos falsar is very important. But if we not use allos falsar, maybe we can use the luas sawah baku for the base area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Destika. While we waiting for online or offline participant, we have two questions in the chat room. Maybe organizer can show the question from chat. The first question from Professor Made Mejaya to, I think from Nurfianto to Pak Solihin. Is there any specific characteristic need for cassava variety to make bioethanol and specific cultivation technique to make high quality raw material for bioethanol? And then how the feasibility and comparative study between cassava and sugarcane for bioethanol? Please, Pak Solihin.
Okay, I try to answer. One, is there any specific characteristic for cassava? I think there is no specific characteristic need for cassava varieties to make bioethanol. Actually, there is a difference between varieties what we have, but all varieties is can be used raw material for bioethanol. But the differences between varieties, the important character is reduce sugar content, I think. So between the varieties, there is the variation between. So the more sugar varieties is better for the as raw material for ethanol production. And how the feasible and comparative study between cassava and sugarcane for ethanol. So actually the production cost from sugarcane, from molasses is lower than from the cassava. But the cost of the raw material, cassava is I think lower than the sugarcane. Like molasses is more the price is higher than the cassava. And as comparison in US use the cornstarch, and this is feasible, and this is can compete the sugarcane or molasses as a raw material. I think that's what I can answer for this question.
Okay, thank you, Pak Solihin. The next question, please, from Pak Made Mejaya, from Prof. Made Mejaya.
Compared to the other crops, the cassava is tolerant to drought, tolerant to acid, tolerant to saline. But in this, in cassava also there is a variation between the varieties. And I think the adalah 4 is more tolerant to drought compared to the other varieties, and farmers 1 is more tolerant compared to the other varieties in saline, in acid stress. But the other stress is there is no release variety that is tolerant to saline or the other stress condition. I think enough.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Solihin.
Okay, thank you.
And I think one question to Dr. Melanie from Pak Nurfianto Gia Pangindung. In controlling post-harvest or storage pests and disease of food crop, is plant breeding approach that target post-harvest pests and diseases resistance more feasible than storage or packaging technology? Please, Melanie.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, to answer this question is that yeah, actually, we have several technologies that in which we can control storage pests and diseases. Of course, one of which is the plant breeding approach. But I think there's no perfect one solution to combat all these issues. Of course, it's the best thing to always combine several technology to develop several hurdles against storage pests and diseases. We have actually for the organic producers, of course, they would like to use technology that is not chemical based or that is not GMO based. So they would rather use packaging technology or alternative technology to combat storage pests or to eliminate insects. And there are thousands or there are a lot of insects that we need to control. So in general, the packaging technology or the modified atmosphere technology, most of this insects can be controlled with MA technology. So just to of course to compare this of what is happening right now, chemical fumigation is really a huge business because storage pests is really hard to control. So we are presenting an alternative technology actually to use a non-chemical base, which is much safer than chemical fumigation. So this is, yeah, the MA technology or hermetic technology. And we also need to address the protection of commodity and seeds against molds because of the environmental condition that we have in tropical areas. So, and of course, the presence of oxygen or oxidation. So, what I can say is that a combination of several technology is much better to prevent this, to address this challenge or to prevent this solution. Maybe a combination of a plant breeding and a good storage practice and even drying and other post-harvest practices can help us improve the quality of our commodity and also improve the overall quality of seeds. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Melanie, for the answer, and also thank you for the contact for the Grain Pro in Philippines. We will keep this contact if anyone need some information about the hermetic storage. Any other question from the participant in the room or online participant, please? We still have time until 11. We have like 20 minutes before we move to another agenda for this morning session. No? Yeah, if there is no question, maybe we can end this session. Thank you very much for the speakers, Dr. Melanie, Professor Solihin, and also Dr. Destika for the nice presentation. And we hope that we will have further collaboration with, especially with Grand Pro, not just stopping in this session. We will have more touch and more collaboration in the future. Thank you very much, and we give a big applause to the speakers. Thank you, and I will give to Bu Justina to continue the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Aris, and all the presenters for such an excellent speakers and excellent materials. Now, I would invite the presenters and the moderators for the presentations of the certificates. Okay, for the first presenter for first session today, Dr. Jonathan Newby. And next, for Professor Dr. Engineer Solihin. And next, Dr. Melanie Blanca Okreto. And next for Dr. Destika Cahyani. And last but not least, for our moderators, Dr. Aris Hermansyh. Okay, let's give a round of applause for first session of our seminar. Okay, now we have to come to the end of the first sessions of seminar, but I'd like to inform you several informations. We will have the poster presentations for the next 1 hour using both print and virtual platform via Zoom. All participants are invited to join the poster presentation session that has been displayed around the stage. You can find it around us. And I would like to mention a few rules regarding the poster sessions. The first, poster presentations will be lasting for an hour from 11 o'clock. And then in this session, the presenter of each poster is expected to be around the poster being presented. You can find the order of the posters in front of the screen. Can anyone see it? Okay. The order of the posters started from the left side of the stage. So you can find the first one on the left side and around the stage. Okay, I think another rules, during the sessions, participants are invited to have free discussions with the presenters, either in Zoom or around the stage. Coffee breaks and snacks are provided around the corner, so feel free to enjoy during the poster sessions. And that's all for short informations. Thank you so much, and let's start the poster sessions. Mohon maaf menginterupsi Bapak Ibu. Untuk pengambilan kaos untuk team building sudah bisa dilakukan dari sekarang. Monggo silahkan menghubungi bagian registrasi di meja depan. Sekali lagi menginformasikan untuk pengambilan kaos team building sudah bisa dilakukan mulai dari sekarang di meja registrasi di depan.
Kita keluar kan, kalau keluar kita itu gimana? Iya, Di.
Bapak Ibu mohon perhatiannya sambil berdiskusi terkait poster, kami umumkan bahwa untuk pengambilan kaos bagi yang belum bisa menghubungi Mbak Lilis di meja panitia. Kemudian untuk makan siang sudah kami siapkan juga di meja panitia. Nanti kami persilahkan. Untuk ibadah sholat zuhur bisa dilakukan di musola yang berada di wing sebelah kanan dari ruangan ini. Jadi nanti silahkan, di sana juga ada toilet, sebelah toilet ada musola untuk ibu maupun bapak. Demikian disampaikan, terima kasih.
Bapak Ibu, yang sudah disediakan di meja registrasi.
Mau ngapain kau? Nasi ada, ikan kami ada. Dan sambal. Ya, begitulah. Ikan teri ada tuh sedikit lagi. lama nanti bisa kita
putarlah ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri dan ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri manis. Sekarang kanan, nona manis putarlah ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan dan ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan manis. Perampar pisang, pisangku belum masak, masak sebiji di hurung bari-bari, masak sebiji di hurung bari-bari. Mangga lepak, mangga lepok, patah kayu bengkok, bengkok dimakan api, apinya canculupan, bengkok dimakan api, apinya canculupan. Kampungan jauh di matu, kumang sansai baku lilian, entakan najo kawan-kawan lamo, sangke dan basul yang sulian. Menduduk nyonan elok, dan suku bago tong royong, sakit senang samo-samo diraso, dan takkan najo kampuan. Sinanggar tulo atulo, sinanggar tulo atulo, sinanggar tulo atulo, sinanggar tulo atulo, sinanggar tulo, sinanggar tulo. Nyok kita nonton ondel-ondelnya, nyok kita ngarak ondel-ondelnya, ondel-ondel ada anaknya boy, anaknya ngigel teriteran soy. Mak bapak ondel-ondel ngibinser, ngarak pengantin disunatin ser, goyangnya asik na tandut-tandut, anyang ngibing ikel-ikel langgel, gundul-gundul pacul-cul, gembelengan, nyungki-nyungki wakul-kul, gembelengan, wakul glempang, sekane dadi saklata, wakul glempang, sekane dadi saklata. Sajojo, sajojo, yumanam komi sababara samuna-muna-muna keke, samuna-muna-muna keke. Sajojo, sajojo, yumanam komi sababara samuna-muna-muna keke, samuna-muna-muna keke. Cuplak-cuplak suang-suangnya tingkal lenter, membuka tundung gudal, pak empong lera-lera, sopong guyun dele ake sir, sirpong dele kopong sir, sirpong dele kopong sir, sirpong dele kopong. Jangir-jangir seng-sengi, seng-seng jangir serian, antara roti, sakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Manuk dadali, manuk penggagahna, berlambang sati Indonesia Jaya. Manuk dadali, pangkakon carana, rasana iji, rukun sakabena. Mana di mana anak kambing saya, anak kambing tuan ada di pohon waru. Mana di mana jantung hati saya, jantung hati tuan ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hei hei, caca marica hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hei hei, caca marica hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Rasa sayang sayangi, hei lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangi, rasa sayang sayangi, hei lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangi, kalau ada
penelitiannya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kita akan mulai acara sekitar pukul 13.30 karena perlu penyesuaian waktu dengan beberapa narasumber yang ada di luar negeri. Karena itu kurang lebih masih ada sekitar 45 menit ya, 45 menit. Silahkan apabila akan dipergunakan untuk koordinasi dengan anggota keris yang saat ini hadir atau ada keperluan lain, kami persilahkan. Sekali lagi kami umumkan, insya Allah kita akan mulai sekitar pukul 13.30. Kami persilahkan apabila akan ada agenda lain, masih ada waktu 45 menit untuk Bapak Ibu pergunakan. Terima kasih.
di mana-mana korupsi.
Putar ke kiri, nona manis
tahun nggak pernah itu.
ke kiri dan ke kiri manis. Sekarang kanan, nona manis putarlah ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan dan ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan manis. Ampar-ampar pisang, pisangku belum masak, masak sebiji di hurung bari-bari, masak sebiji di hurung bari-bari. Mangga lepok, patah kayu bengkok, bengkok dimakan api, apinya canculupan, bengkok dimakan api, apinya canculupan. Kampungan jauh di mata, gunung sansai baku lilian, entakan ajo kawan-kawan lamo, sangket dan basul yang sulian, menduduak nyonan elok, dan suku bagotong royong, sakit senang samo-samo diraso, dan takkan ajo kampuan. Sinanggar tulo atulah, sinanggar tulo atulah, sinanggar tulo atulah, sinanggar tulo atulah, sinanggar tulo atulah. Nyok kita nonton ondel-ondelnya, nyok kita ngarak ondel-ondelnya, ondel-ondel ada anaknya boy, anaknya ngigel teriteran soy. Mak bapak ondel-ondel ngibingser, ngarak pengantin disunatin ser, goyangnya asik na tandut-tandut, anyang ibing ikel-ikelan gel, gundul-gundul pacul-cul, gembelengan, nyunggi-nyunggi wakul-kul, gembelengan, wakul glempang, sekane dadi saklata, wakul glempang, sekane dadi saklata. Sajojo, yumanam komi sababara samuna-muna-muna keke, samuna-muna-muna keke. Sajojo, yumanam komi sababara samuna-muna-muna keke, samuna-muna-muna keke. Coba-coba suang-suang yang tinggal antar, membuka pundung gudang, apong lera-lera, sopong gurung dele ake sir, sirpong dele kopong sir, sirpong dele kopong sir, sirpong dele kopong. Jangir seng-seng, seng-seng jangir seriang, antara roti, kelap-kelap ngelapungan. Langsing lonjong pangulune, ngendat kade, ngiring mengiring, menjageran, seriang anto, rora roti, rasi jang-jangi jangar, rasi jang-jangi jangar, rasi jang-jangi jangar, rasi jang-jangi jangar. Hidup sauyan antara bayi diri, silipikanya tehinggis belapati, manuk dadali ngandung siloka sinatria, kersakunda bangsa di negara Indonesia. hey, caca marica, hey, hey, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Caca marica, hey, hey, caca marica, hey, hey, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangi, hey, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangi, rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangi, hey, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangi. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh kita menumpang mandi. Kalau ada waktu panjang, boleh kita jumpa lagi. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayang sayangi, hey, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangi, rasa sayangi, rasa sayang sayangi, hey, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangi.
Hello everyone, sorry for interrupting. I would like to inform that our second seminar will begin in a short time. everyone. I'm sorry for interrupting your time, but our session will begin in 3 minutes. So I'd like to invite you all to go back to have a seat. Ibu menginformasikan kembali sesi kedua seminar kita akan dimulai dalam 2 menit. Mohon Bapak Ibu untuk kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih. Hello again, everyone. Okay, before we begin, I would like to invite you back to have a seat because we will begin our next session shortly. Bapak Ibu, mohon kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Okay, welcome back to our webinar. I hope you already enjoy your break time. Now we will enter the second sharing session, and this session will be moderated by Dr. Suziana Susanti. Now let me introduce our moderator for this session. Dr. Suziana Susanti is a researcher in Research Center for Food Crops and has an expertise in agronomy and crop physiology. She has finished academic background for doctoral in the University of Queensland, Australia, a master in Southern Cross University, Australia, and for undergraduate, she finished in 11 Maret University, Indonesia. She has several research experience. Some of them are principal investigator of long-term fertility experiment of rice, and also PI of researchers in rice nutrition, soil fertility, and fertilizers. There are several research profile of her. You can Google it by yourself, and also several recent publications by her. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Suziana to the stage. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Suziana.
Thank you, Mbak Febri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Dari rencana kegiatan awal, sebetulnya ada sedikit kendala karena pengadaan.
This to wake up us all because that's the afternoon session. So we need much more energy to keep focus on our international webinar. Okay, so we come to our second session, but don't worry, this is afternoon session, but we gonna have 4 expert speaker with very interesting topic. So in this occasion, we gonna have Dr. Dadang Busiana. He's an expert on fertilizer. He's also an agronomist, and also we gonna have Dr. VJ, and also Dr. Melanie Connor, and also Dr. Alexander Stewart. We gonna give all the presenter to present their presentation, then keep your question, and we're gonna have discussion at the end of our session. Without further ado, I would like to check first Dr. Dadang Busiana. Dr. Dadang, are you online there?
Okay, Bu Susi, thank you. Already.
Okay. So before we start our experiment, Dr. Dadang, I would like to introduce to all of you Dr. Dadang Busiana. He's an agronomist. He has abundance of experience. Now recently he's the regional agronomist for Anglo-American crop nutrition. But before that, I would like to mention the academic background of Dr. Dadang Busiana. For the doctoral program, he's doing in Pasundan University. And he's also, I think he loves Bandung very much because he completed his study for undergraduate and also for master in Bandung. But I think he has a lot of experience for the professional experience around the world. He's the agronomist for the PT Maiko Agro Lestari, that's for market development at Southeast Asia. He's also the regional agronomist of Anglo-American crop nutrition. There's a lot of other professional experience of Dr. Dadang. I think that's also, he's also have a recent organization experience, member of American Society of Agronomic, and also some of publication. So Dr. Dadang, are you ready? I think the next 20 minutes will be yours. Okay.
Sure.
Please, Pak Dadang.
Bu Susi. Okay, thank you all, and it's a very honest. I am becoming a speaker on this session. I am not a fully researcher, because my experience just between just bridging between research and business aside. So for this time, I will studying about is based on my experience. For the we see about still on some of yield gap, because in Indonesia and then in the Southeast Asia especially, we looking about lack of balance of nutrients. It's a simple thing for my experience. Also, we have some collaboration trial with with Dr. Susiana also, starting when Bu Susiana working with baby padi, Indonesia Research Rice Institute, and then also I have some experience trial with collaboration with IRI in Los Banos. So my topic is now is when I about 15 years ago, I very focusing on chemical fertilizer and how to manage macro and micronutrients. And then now I focusing working with a local company for how to combine chemical and biofertilizer. This my focusing until 2015. I have studied about mycorrhiza, especially we starting study in oil palm because the huge problem related to soil-borne disease, and then it's now booming about Ganoderma. Okay, Bu Susi, we can start. Maybe we need your help to sharing my presentation.
The committee, would you please share would you like to share it from your laptop or from the committee laptop, Pak Dadang?
I think better from committee laptop. It's already or
From
not ready? I will try to try this. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Pak Dadang is currently in Bali, so actually we wish that he will come together with us here. But yeah, he I think like to hang around in Indonesia and all over the world. So, okay, committee, may you help us to share the screen? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Pak Dadang. Yes.
Got it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Alhamdulillah pada saat ini kita bisa berjumpa walaupun dalam webinar ya. Oke. Okay, this is my subject to sharing with all of our participants and then researcher. Because why? Because food and feed is, and then also the fuel is our concept about our swasembada pangan in Indonesia, we call it. And then now I'm in Bali for sustainability meeting about oil palm. So for me it's more than important about we focusing on nutrition, yeah. Because why? Because we can see about importance of micronutrients, especially on paddy. I have experience on 2015. We visiting in Philippines International Research Institute in Los Banos, and then I discussing with Professor Dr. Rambures and the team, and then we introduce when I working with Rio Tinto Mineral US Borac, we introduce about micronutrients, especially in boron. And then we very interesting discussion. And then after that, IRI bank knowledge, we can see in now in website, ERRI website about knowledge bank. They already mentioned about importance or occurrence of about boron deficiency. So far, in Indonesia, on Southeast Asia as all, is we can see the symptom about boron deficiency, but no, not everybody can see, and then maybe, and then not everybody can aware about this. Because why? Because it's very rare. actually, but we don't know until now. We cannot see the report from the field, and then we maybe nobody care about boron deficiency of paddy. We don't know very exact because it's very rare about this. We can see in the picture here is taken from ERI website Knowledge Bank, and then we can see about is a very important boron because why? Because we can see the symptom number 4, that of growing point is my opinion is I highlighted about this because if the plant is dead of growing point is what we can do now. No point we put all of fertilizer or we put all of pesticide or fungicide because the death of a growing point. And then the 5 symptom is a plant unable to produce panicle. Is it affected by boron deficiency at the funicle formation stage? So that's why on to next slide, please.
Next, please.
Okay. If we see about in International Rice Research Institute, and then it's not very common, yeah. I cannot see in the pharma group this table, Bu Susi. Is our we must working together to improve our knowledge about micronutrient, because till 2011 so far I know in this card they don't mention about boron deficiency. We just mentioned about copper already there, and then zinc already there, and then how about boron and also the I think for the next manganese of on or silica or something like that. Is a data yang cited from 1989. We can see about nutrient uptake removal is the high yield parity. We can see Fa, Mn, zinc, copper, boron, silica, and chloride is very important. Next. For the we have some research when I working with Rio Tinto Mineral in Suzhou, because I there about I working with team in the Rio Tinto Minerals for the 5 years, and then we working at Suzhou, R&D, and then we have around trial in Zhejiang, Taizhou, Nongzi, and then we testing our last time the brand of Rio Tinto Mineral is Granubor 2, and then we have some likely is a very good yield. Yeah, we can increasing about 8 until 20%, and then increasing the grain filling, and then reduce caffeiness index, and then the speed maturity. Is our trial working with Chinese Research Institute, and then we can see how about in Indonesia, because we don't know how we can see the some trial, but we just do some demo plot. Next slide, please. I already have one of demo plot in Subang with Ibu Susiana, ya Bu ya. We do in 2011. Next slide, please. Is on our trial in 2010. We do some research, scientific research, and then for the second stage, we do some demo plot side by side like this. Next. It's a long time ago with Bu Susi and team. We do some demo plot. We can imagine in Paris to be irrigated. And don't know in Paris so many in Paris now. Next. We just do some like this. Vertibor is brand from Rio Tinto Minerals. We mixing boron with urea. Next, we split in 3 times, yeah, application. We start after we do some research with boron, we trial to do boron mixing with zinc. Because why? Because zinc is also very important for some chemical reaction as look like enzymatic process. And then we do in some area in China, Hebei, Ahoy, Guaking, and then we do in the corn and also in the rice. Next.
Sorry, Pak Dadang, for interrupting you. You only have 3 more minutes, Pak.
Okay.
Thank you.
This trial composition. Next.
Sorry for interrupting you, Pak Dadang. You only have 3 more minutes, Pak, for
Okay.
your presentation.
Understand. Just for your just send the photo, Bu, Dr. Susi. Next. Okay. Is the report summary? We can see I can share what this for all webinar. Next. Okay, next. This just a report summary. And then photo for timeline, and then boron plus zinc, and then next.
Next.
Increasing until 6%. And then this report summary. And then next, we can see until 20%. And then how we do now, we have dream to do like this, Bu Susi, in Indonesia also. Next, for sustainability, we know I working about with trial with this, and then we will combine rice with oil palm. Next. Okay. Thank you, Bu Susi. Maybe we can discuss later.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dadang, and thank you for your interesting presentation. I saw a question online, but and also here the audience at the ICCC, but let's skip the question. We're gonna have discussion session at the after all for our presenter delivered their research result. Now we proceed to our second presenter, Dr. Vijay Chaikam. I'm so sorry. May I check, Dr. Vijay Chaikam? Are you online? Oh, Dr. Chaikam. Oh, okay. Okay, because we're still waiting for Dr. Chaikam to online with us. No, we just try to answer a question, online question here. With from I would show there is a question from This question for Bapak Dadang Gusiana from Nurfianto Giar Pangindung. He's online. Pak Dadang, he's asking about several publications by former Bali Tanah researcher state that the nutrient content of rice field in Java mostly has moderate to high P and K content, Pak. So that one of the consequences is zinc deficiency. So from your experience, Pak Dadang, how to manage such land fertility? That's the first one. And the second question is for rice development, especially in swampy and dry acidic land, low pH causes low availability of zinc and Cu, cuprum. So how does the mechanism of zinc and Cu, the deficiency cause empty rice grain? And what soil improvement effort can be made?
Okay, thank you Pak Nurfianto. Yeah, it's a good question, and then it's already so many people ask about this, and then we know the P and K is high content, but we must aware is the P is key is already absorbed or not already, and then we can also the ask is a high P is a P sp2O5 is available or not available, and then the rice is can absorb or not can absorb. So that's why my study now is my research now is how to combine rice with mycorrhiza, because mycorrhiza is we can see the function of mycorrhiza is symbiotic with rice root, and then they stay in the root for the absorb more nutrient by HIFA, because they can do some extending a root for the P and all nutrients uptake. The first step P and K is already absorbed as available or not available, and then for zinc deficiency, if we cannot apply with soil, we can apply with foliar as a foliar fertilizer. So as my experience, zinc and copper also we can do with foliar fertilizer. And then rice development in swampy and dry acid low pH. How mechanism zinc and copper is the swampy and then pit soil is very low of zinc and copper. So that's why we must add zinc and copper also in swampy or pit soil. So the mechanism is so far in my experience also do apply zinc and copper not in the soil, but we do some application with foliar fertilizer. Is yes, the empty grain is we see about for the improvement the soil, because why? Because we must aware about the first is pH, yeah, and then we must aware the pH. We can control pH. The maybe in Indonesia we must check first. 4.5 is not suitable, I think, for the paddy. For the oil palm is still suitable. 4.55 is suitable, but for rice, I don't see maybe a negative impact. Maybe 5 or 5 point something lah. Maybe we can ask to Bu Susiana for the time. And then what we do for the rice, maybe we can adjust first about pH for swampy on acidic rice. And then we can see maybe we can increasing 0.5 something for its just my answer Pak Nurfianto. We can discuss next.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dadang. Pak Dadang, we still gonna have discussion at the end of the session. So would you please keep online? And maybe at the end of our second session, there will be more question. Firstly, I would like to check again, Dr. Vijay Chaikam. Are you online, Dr. Vijay? Excuse me. Oh, online. Okay. Let me join in. Okay. Oh, before Dr. Vijay Chaikam join with us now, maybe our audience know, is there any question for Pak Dadang here? Oh, okay. I think Pak Dadang, zinc, there's something in our research, Pak Dadang, that the aim of my research about zinc, we would like to increase the zinc in rice grain. My experiment with Dr. Untung Susanto, it's the result shows that zinc doesn't increase the content of zinc in grain, but increase the rice production, so increase the yield. Maybe that's one of the result in our experiment, Pak, related to zinc. Okay.
Yeah, Bu, is before we see about increasing the production, we must aware about the term of hidden hunger. Because why? Because in a nutrient concept, we must aware about hidden hunger. So for the nutrients deficiency, they're focusing first on vegetative growing first, and then after that, if you increasing the doses, maybe impacted to productivity. We must aware about the quality of source of zinc. In my experience, so many source of zinc. When I go to the rice field and fertilizer shop in the rural area, zinc, they say about zinc sulfate, but in the reality, I found that's not zinc sulfate. That's a magnesium, look like a dolomite. And then so many trading fertilizer shop, they don't have also the good knowledge, good look like this zinc, but we tested the lab, it's not zinc, it's a magnesium. So it's much experience, Bu Susi. Also the zinc is so many kind of zinc, Bu. Zinc sulfate, monohydrate, zinc sulfate, heptahydrate, and then also zinc oxide. If we apply zinc oxide, it's also the problem because zinc oxide is minerals, and then they cannot release. They just release on the acidic soil. So that's why we must aware about also about source. Yeah.
Yes. The micronutrients in Indonesia, usually we still neglected, right, Pak Dadang, because farmers tend to apply excessive doses of nitrogen, but they just forget about the macronutrients. So, Pak Dadang, would you please stay online, because I would like to check whether our second presenter, Dr. Vijay Chaikam, already online with us or not yet. Dr. Vijay, are you online? Hello. This is the interesting of international online webinar, because we come across the world. So there's already afternoon here, but maybe for Dr. Vijay, that's still too early, in the morning. So hello. Oh, okay. Pak Dadang, the other thing that we did experiment on boron, and then I think for Indonesian farmer, they are not so familiar with boron. Is there any audience here who grow rice and apply boron as a nutrition, as a fertilizer for rice? Or any other macronutrient such as zinc? Oh, maybe here, Pak Dadang, I would like you to, this the experience, actually, I would like you to know the experience of Dr. Untung Susanto, because no, he is the expert of zinc. the content of zinc, how the important Pak Untung of zinc for let's say for stunting to minimize stunting in Indonesia.
Thank you, Bu Susi. Regarding the zinc content, especially in rice grain, it is very important for human body because zinc has a role for more than 300 enzymes in the human body, and deficiency of zinc impairs the metabolism function in the body. And one of the big effect of the zinc deficiency in human is stunting because of less immunity and so on. And because of that, the first indication to mitigate, to investigate the zinc deficiency is by the stunting occurrence in the people. So this is one of the sign of zinc deficiency in the community. So because the importance of zinc in the human metabolism function. So it is very important, and rice as staple food is hopefully become good tools, efficient, effective, and sustainable to increase the zinc intake of the human, so that the prevalence of zinc deficiency is reduced, and in turn also reduce the stunting. So it is very important, and it is right that not only by genetic but by agronomical treatment also able to increase zinc content. Maybe in low dose of zinc give not significant increase of zinc in the rice grain, but by increasing the dosage and also by foliar application, it is more effective to increase zinc in the rice grain. And right now also another research by applying the bacteria, zinc solubilized bacteria, and also bacterial in the rhizosphere area, and also our college doing research on mutation of the microbe to increase the zinc uptake of the rice plant, because increase the availability of zinc in the soil, because not only in the zinc total in the soil, but we have also to see the zinc available in the soil in relation to the increase of zinc uptake by the plant. I think that is my little experience. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Untung. Pak Dadang, there will be another 3 speakers, Pak Dadang, and 2 of them, they're gonna talk about yield gap. So yield gap between the good agricultural practices compared to not so good one. And then I think micronutrition is one of the reason we can minimize the yield gap. So would you please, Pak Dadang, stay online for the next discussion, because we're going to have another discussion. Thank you. And I would like to check, now we move to our third presenter. I think Dr. Vijay needs a little bit more time to join with us. So I think we're gonna proceed to Dr. Melanie Connor. May I please firstly check Dr. Melanie? Oh yeah, no, yes. Okay, hello, Dr. Melanie. Hello, yes, and Dr. Melanie, would you please, before we start your presentation, I would like to introduce Dr. Melanie Connor to audience here, and also I believe that some of our researchers are familiar to you because you conducted research in Indonesia, especially in Jogja and other provinces in Indonesia. Then, firstly, I would like to introduce, Dr. Melanie. Okay. So this is the biography or Dr. Melanie Connor. She's a senior scientist, market intelligence and product profiling from International Rice Research Institute in Nairobi, Kenya. Dr. Melanie Connor is a senior scientist specializing in behavioral science and international development, focusing on understanding public perception of environmental and nutritional issues, also developing intervention material to study behavioral changes. Her research primarily revolves around risk perception and communication, and she is actively involved in assessing behavior change model and their evaluation. Over the years, she has conducted extensive research in Indonesia and also other Southeast Asian countries and also Eastern Africa. This is our honor to have Dr. Melanie Connor with us here. She is gonna presenting his research result on the adoption of sustainable base management practices in Indonesia, analysis of longitudinal panel data. So Dr. Melanie, the next 20 minutes is yours. Thank you. Now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's
very
great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share my screen. Can you let me know when you see my screen?
Still see your beautiful face. Okay, yeah. Not the full screen yet.
All right, thank you so much for the invitation and greetings from Lima, Peru. It's 2 a.m. here. So it's 2 p.m. at your side of the world. At my side at the moment, it's 2 a.m. So I'm very happy to be here. And I will be speaking about the adoption of sustainable best management practices in Indonesia. And we have done a couple of studies, and I think there are some people in the audience who have helped me a lot with those studies. And it's a project we had in Indonesia from 2013 to 2023, the CORRIGAP project. It's the Closing Rice Yield Gaps in Asia project. And that was implemented in actually 6 countries across Southeast Asia. Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, China, and then Indonesia. And the project followed the same recommendations as the Indonesian government. So for an integrated crop management approach in terms of land, water, plant management, and plant pest control, but also highlighting the synergies between technological and environmental concepts. So just briefly to the background of the CORRIGAP project, the aim was really to explore how to reduce real yield gaps in rice to strengthen the food security in the country. And the second aim was to increase environmentally sustainable rice production in intensive lowland systems. So those are the systems that are irrigated. So we are just talking here about the irrigated lowland rice systems. And what we did in the project in the very early days, and some of you probably know this guy on the picture, Martin Gomez, we did a needs assessment. So we really looked into the
Excuse
needs.
me, Miss.
Yes.
The slide is stuck. Yeah, not moving. Stuck in the title. That's great.
No.
Maybe it's need to be full screen.
Is that full? Can you see it now?
Yeah. It's moved on the 4th slide. Yeah.
So did you see 2 pictures?
Yes. Picture of okay.
Okay, wait. And if I move forward, did it move forward now?
Oh, no. Maybe you need to click the full screen one, so that's automatically move.
I did have the full screen. Now I have the non-full screen. Maybe this is okay. Can you still see it?
Yeah, we still can see it. Yes.
Okay, then I need to do it this way because if I click the full screen,
Dr. Melanie, that will be great if it can be full screen, because here audience we have around 150 something audience, so they really like to see it in a
Yes,
full.
I will move forward and back. Let me try.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So, in this picture, many of you probably know Dr. Martin Gumet, and we have done this needs assessment with the farmers. So what are the constraints the farmers have? What kind of technologies do they use in the fields? What can we bring together with our partners whom we have been working in Indonesia with to reduce the rice yield gaps? Let me do it this way. Full screen again. So, oops. So we have, that doesn't work. So we have introduced a couple of technologies, actually quite a few, and they are around, they comprise land preparation technologies, crop establishment technologies, and post-harvest technologies. So you can see there are quite a few. So like, for example, for crop establishment, we have the land laser leveling. Farmers used high-yielding varieties, or we introduced high-yielding varieties, drum seeders. Then for the management of the crop, alternate wetting and drying, direct seeding. We also introduced pest control management, like rodent control, and then a lot of post-harvest technologies, like, for example, the harvester and the different types of dryers, storage bags, and so on. And we really wanted to look into what effects these technologies had. Some of those technologies are also climate smart technologies. You can see that here, like, for example, the improved varieties, AWD, and so on. So now we really wanted to see what kind of influence do these technologies have on farmers' income, farmers' yield, and things like that. So we did. You can still, the pictures moving. Yes? You see my slides moving?
Yes, that's on method. Yes, moving.
Okay, that's good. Otherwise, you stop me again. So we did a household survey, and we started with a baseline survey in 2014. We had a survey in 2018 and an endline survey in 2021. And our research area was Yogyakarta, and we started with a randomized control trial. So that means that we had treatment villages and we had control villages. We also, in addition, did a cross-sectional survey. So the cross-sectional survey did not have a baseline, and I will tell you a bit more about that later on. We used a survey application tool, which is called ComCare. You can put that on your phone, and you can collect all the data with the phone. And most of your colleagues will have used it for many times now with us. And we looked at the adoption, at agronomic, economic, and social changes. So here you can see the results from the adoption. We found that at least one technology or practice was adopted by the farmers, and regardless of the group assignment, almost all farmers adopted something. So our control and treatment experimental setup actually got muddled up, because also the control farmers found out about the technologies and adopted some of them. So we had to think about how we're going to analyze the data. And we first looked into, like, what kind of adoption pattern do we see? So we have farmers that adopted in 2018 and farmers that adopted in 2021. So they are full adopters. And as you can see, almost all of them were full adopters. We had a few late adopters, meaning that they didn't adopt any of the technologies in 2018, but they adopted a technology in 2021. We had no one that did not adopt anything, so we couldn't compare it with non-adopters. And disadopters, so farmers who adopted in 2018 but not used the technologies in 2021, were also very low. So we ended up just analyzing all the farmers all together. That's happening when you have really good technologies, I guess. So what did the farmers adopt? The farmers adopted the improved varieties, and I will show you in a minute which ones they are. They also adopted the solar bubble dryer and alternate wetting and drying. So that's a water management practice. So here you can see on the next slide what type of varieties they adopted. So in 2014, most of the farmers in the study were growing Chiarang, and this changed to Impari 42 and Impari 43, as you can see down here. So there was a complete varietal changeover, because you can see only 8 farmers in the wet season in 2021 were growing Chiarang, and only 2 farmers in the dry season. And almost all the other farmers used Impari varieties. So let me show you what we found regarding yield differences between the different study years. So you can see at our baseline, the yield was lower than in 2018. So there's a significant increase in yield from 2014 to 2018. But you can also see that there is a significant decrease again into 2021. This is for both the dry and the wet season. And there are several reasons for that. One of the reasons is obviously that in 2021, there was still COVID, and not all farmers had the opportunity to grow as much rice as they were doing before. So there were a couple of things that influenced their rice production. But I would like to show you a bit more about the nutrient use. And just have another slide on the yield differences, because we wanted to look at gender differences. But as you can see, there were no gender differences. So male and female farmers basically had the same increase in rice yield. So here you can see the nutrient management. This is for nitrogen, and you can see that that there was a significant increase in nitrogen use from 2014 to 2018. Which can be, or which probably is the reason why the yield increased as well. And the pattern is actually exactly the same. In 2021, the nitrogen use decreased significantly and was lower than in 2014. And as you remember, the yield wasn't that low. So the yield only decreased a little bit from 2018 to 2021, meaning that the new practices and technologies had an effect on the yield increase. We can see a very similar pattern also for phosphorus. Again, a significant increase from 2014 to 2018 and a decrease to 2021. And the same we can see for potassium. So what we know is that in 2021, in January 2021, the subsidies for fertilizers were reduced in Indonesia. So farmers did not have as much access to fertilizer. And also from other studies we have been conducting in the last couple of years, we found that farmers often do not have the fertilizer available at the correct time. So they use the wrong fertilizer at the wrong time. So that all can have an influence on the yield as well, as you all know. So, but still, as you remember, the yield did not decrease that drastically. And actually, the use of fertilizer in 2018 was far too high. So it needed to be lowered for environmental reasons. So what you can see here in the next slide will be the income, and a very similar effect. Income is correlated with the yield. So it was significantly higher in 2018 and dropped a little bit in 2021. We also wanted to know what kind of changes the farmers perceive. So this is more a psychological study I'm doing a lot of times to complement the research we find in the field, because we want to know what farmers actually feel. How do they think about these changes? So we developed a tool to measure those type of changes. As you can see here, there are different dimensions. So for example, how they feel about their health, if they feel about they have been less poor than before, if they have better food, like higher food security, if they have higher social and human capital, and so on. So we developed that tool and implemented it in our studies. And we found that, let me do that. And we found that farmers perceive the most changes in like human capital and social capital. Those two are related to knowledge. So human capital is the knowledge acquisition. So farmers felt that they received a lot of knowledge through the Corriga project. So there were a lot of trainings, they were trained on different technologies and practices, and that's shown in this slide. So they perceived a lot of knowledge, but also the social capital, which means that they can disseminate the knowledge. So they were able, or they perceived themselves to be able to disseminate the knowledge they have had or gained from our training. So they were able to train other farmers and spread the knowledge, which probably explains why our control group got totally diluted. So farmers were happy about the technologies, talked about them, introduced them to their fellow farmers, and it spread quite quickly. So farmers also perceived an increase in agricultural production, which correlates with the increase in yield. We had a closer look into natural capital. So what kind of fauna, flora they find in the field. So what kind of animals do they perceive to have increased or decreased through the application of the new technologies and practices? And farmers perceive an increase in flies, and they also see an increase in, for example, birds and frogs, which indicates better biodiversities, then beetles, some moths, wasps. So they can all be beneficial, but also kind of pest insects. But the real pests we have here, like stem borers and plant hoppers, they didn't perceive an increase in those. So actually they perceived a decrease in the pests, apart from rats. But rats are always a problem in Indonesia. That's why we introduced rodent management practices. So to summarize these results very briefly, is that we found that there's a high adoption of high-yielding varieties, and there was a complete shift in using varieties from Xiarang to Impari 42 and 43. Then the varietal change happened with the agronomic practices. We can see that in our data as well. And there was a great adoption of the solar bubble dryer and AWD. AWD is really important because it reduces greenhouse gases in the field. So I guess you all know that rice is a really big greenhouse gas emitter, and to reduce the greenhouse gases in the field, AWD is one practice which can be implemented. So this is really good and a very sustainable practice. Then we had an increase in yield and income, even though it was a bit of a decrease in 2021, but there are factors which have influenced that. So if probably the subsidies for fertilizer weren't reduced, we probably would have seen a stable yield throughout the years. And also the COVID pandemic had a big influence. And then the most changes that the farmers perceived were in human, cultural, social capital, also food security and health. And the farmers perceived higher levels of biodiversity. And as I told you before, we also did a cross-sectional study, because these longitudinal studies are really time-consuming. They are also very expensive, and sometimes we would like to know the impact much more quick. We want to have a tool that can assess impact quicker than always have to do these baseline and endline surveys. They're really good, they're really important, and they need to be done. But to get an idea in between, when you have a very long project, it's really nice to have a tool to assess the impact in between as well. And that's what we did. And with this cross-sectional survey, we looked particularly into the uptake of the climate-smart agricultural practices. And again, in Yogyakarta, because that's where we introduced them, and at the barriers to adoption and the contribution of farmer adoption to social, economic, and environmental changes. And you can see a very similar picture to what you've seen in the longitudinal study. So the farmers adopted alternate wetting and drying, combine harvesters, seeders, and improved varieties. So no change there. And here we also could calculate the change in net income. So for the dry season and for the 2 wet seasons. And we wanted to look at the changes to make sure that it's not because of increase in area or something like that. So there was a net change in income of $105 for the dry season, and for the 2 wet seasons of about $120. So that gave us the idea of asking farmers also, what are they doing with this extra income? So how do farmers spend this extra income? Because that also relates to impact. And farmers were using the extra income for buying rice, for rice consumption. So they produce and sell and buy rice. Then they also use the extra income for rice inputs like fertilizer and pesticides, machine rental, and in general, like food items like fruit and vegetables, meat, and so on. So farmers use the additional income to secure their food, so food security, but also to invest back into their production, so the reduction of poverty, which are impact outcomes. So just to show you a couple more results, just in the summary. So in this study, we found that the farmers adopted on average 2 technologies. You already saw that there was an increase in revenue, and the barriers to adoption, which is really interesting, included time constraints. So some of the technologies seemed to be too time consuming. So that's why farmers did not implement them. Some of them were unsuitable for the field conditions, and they were not compatible with their cropping systems. So when we introduce new technologies and practices, this is what we have to look after. And that they invested the extra income in their farming business and improved diets. And the farmers also perceived changes in social and human capital. So we used exactly the same dimensions I showed you before to see what kind of changes farmers perceive. And again, which is really nice to see, is that they perceive the changes in knowledge acquisition and knowledge dissemination. So that helps for poverty reduction, because it's kind of a scaling, it's a self-scaling. We don't need to scale, the farmers scale themselves, and that's due to the technology adoption. And I think, yes, that's my talk. And if you would like to read more about the project, we have a book that's free. It's freely available for you. You can just click on the link and find it on the internet, download it. And there's a really nice chapter about Indonesia, which we have written together with our Indonesian colleagues. They have all nicely contributed to it. And you can also read about all the other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation, Dr. Mel. I know, and thank you very much for stay online with us, even though it's about 2 a.m. in your place. Is that okay for you to waiting and stay online, waiting for the next presenter? Okay.
Yes, that's perfectly fine, because he's a colleague of mine as well.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So firstly, thank you. And then we're still waiting for the question. We're going to have discussion and question answer at the end of the session. I would like to check whether Dr. Vijay Chaikam is online now. Okay. Hello,
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Vijay. Are you online? Okay, thank you. Before this, I know you are also. I think some of our audience already know about you, but that will be great if I would like to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Vijay Chaikam. You may check some of his project, his paper on this is the ORCID ID of Dr. Vijay. Dr. Vijay is a senior scientist, maize double haploid technology, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, CIMIT, also in Nairobi, Kenya. Dr. Vijay Chaikam, CIMIT focus on the double haploid production facility, focusing on enhancing the efficiency of the double haploid production process. I think we proceed to our next presenter, Dr. Vijay. Time is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, clear, Dr. Vijay. Please.
Okay, good to know that. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. So for the next 20 minutes, we can discuss about the maize double haploid technology. Sorry. Okay. So most of the colleagues know, in most of the developing countries as well as the developed countries, the maize that is currently cultivated is hybrid maize. So hybrid maize typically yields much more compared to the conventional open pollinated varieties or land races, and also agronomically superior. That's why hybrid maize is rapidly adapted. And for that, to have this hybrid maize, what we need initially is this homozygous maize inbred lines. For example, here to have this hybrid between two inbred lines, B73 and more 70, the hybrid you can see is much more high yielding. But to have this hybrid, we need to have this pure, genetically pure breeding lines called inbred lines. And these pure breeding lines are, yes. These pure breeding lines are conventionally produced by repeated self-pollinations. Usually it takes about 8 generations, and as you can see, each generation may take in maize about 6 months, so at least 4 years it can take to develop these pure breeding lines using the conventional methods. But since 1990s, there is another method called double haploid technology. It was first adapted by the private companies, and then slowly the public sector also adapted. So this technology provides a much quicker way to produce these same inbred lines. So this technology has only 2 steps, and it can be completed in 2 cycles. In 10 months to 12 months, we can have these pure breeding lines. Okay, so unlike this. Okay, so unlike these conventional inbred lines, for example, even if you go to F8, after 8 generations of selfing, these lines still have some heterozygosity, like for example, 1% heterozygosity. So 1% heterozygous means, considering that maize has 30,000 genes, still 300 genes are segregated. This is not very good for many applications like selections, because you are not selecting on fully fixed or fully homozygous inbred line. But in double haploid lines, these are 100% homozygous. So you can, the selections are going to be much more efficient, much more accurate. So, so from this slide, I want to take like 2 major highlights from these slides. Are it takes much lesser time, just it saves a lot of time to develop these inbred lines, and the final products are 100% homozygous, which has much more value in maize breeding. So there are several advantages. For example, reduced breeding cycle. That means since you made a cross and to have the final product, which can be again used in the breeding, it takes much lesser time when you are using the double haploid technology. It saves at least 2 years. And the cost wise, for example, if you have to grow in the conventional way, and you have to develop this F8 breed lines, it takes 8 generations. And just assume that you are growing 1 row at each cycle. 1 row in cement, it may cost about $10 US. So it will cost at least $80 to generate 1 or a few inbred lines. But in the double haploid process, you just make the cross, and within 2 cycles, you will have more than 100 inbred lines. So, and this process, it only takes, like, it may cost maximum $15 US. Okay? So it saves a lot of resources in terms of, it saves a lot of cost for the breeding program. And also, since there are so many cycles of breeding, so you have to, if, for example, if you have to ship the seed from Indonesia for summer nurseries to winter nurseries, for example, in US, they can't grow maize throughout the year. What they do is they ship the seed to Puerto Rico or Mexico or Chile. So if you have to follow this, you have to ship the seeds at several cycles, and there is a lot of cost because you will be shipping a lot of seed. But here, since you will have all the final products here, so you just ship the seed one time, that's all. So so the breeding operations, like not only that, planting and managing nurseries, you don't need to plant all the cycles, not a lot of materials, you just need to plant once, you increase one time, and you have the seed for all the cycles at once. So it will save a lot of resources. And see, these are 100% homozygous. That means there is no segregation. So they are much more amenable for molecular marker applications. For example, marker-assisted selection or genomic selection. And if you genotype one time on the DH lines, it is okay. But here, because they are segregating, there is a lot of heterozygosity. You have to do genotyping across several cycles. Okay, you can't use the genotype of F3 onto F4. So that is a very major advantage. That's why many of these private companies shifted completely to the double haploids, because they can do a lot of the selections using molecular markers. They don't need to grow all of these inbred lines in the field, so which is very costly. So these are the advantages of using double haploid lines. And also conventional varieties, like if you have open pollinated varieties or land races, when you subject them to double haploids, at the haploid stage, you can see all these mutations. So you can eliminate them. So whatever the final double haploid line is going to be much more superior. So there are several steps involved in production of the maize double haploid lines. Haploid induction, first we have to produce haploids, and we have to identify them from diploids. That is the second step. And we have to double the chromosomes. Once we have these haploids, we have to double the chromosomes so that they become fertile. Otherwise, the haploids with only one genome, they are not fertile. So once the chromosomal doubling is successful, then you have to self-pollinate these to produce the double haploid lines. Okay. So in many crops, you may be working in other crops, the conventional way to develop is in vitro production using the anther culture or pollen culture. But in maize, it is very highly genotype dependent, and most of the genotypes do not respond. So we don't use this method. Instead, we have much more simpler method. It's called maternal haploid induction. So where we have special maize genetic lines or maize genetic stocks, okay, when they are used as a pollen parent, if you use the pollen onto any of the other maize germplasm, it can induce formation of haploids. Haploids means with only one set of chromosomes instead of 2 sets of chromosomes that maize has. Okay, maize has 20 chromosomes, but haploids, they will have only 10 chromosomes. Okay. So, but how to identify these haploids from diploids? That's where maize breeders came up with this ingenious system where they put a marker system. Like this is marker system is called R1NG. It can condition this purple color on the endosperm as well as embryo. But most of the maize is yellow or maize. It doesn't have this one. So the resulting ear typically looks like this with all the kernels having this purple color. But how to identify what is haploid and what is diploid? The haploids, because it has the genome only from this your germplasm, not from the inducer, because inducer chromosomes are eliminated in the haploids. So you won't see the inducer, this marking, purple color marking on the embryo in the haploids. But diploids will have purple color both on the embryo as well as endosperm. Okay. So that is how we separate what is haploid and what is diploid. Once we have this identified these haploids, what we do is we subject it to a process called chromosomal doubling. Why? Because as I told, these haploids they have only one set of chromosomes, so the cells cannot divide properly during meiotic process. So you have to double the chromosomes. When you double the chromosomes, what happens is, since they have only one set of the chromosomes, the exact replica of the same chromosomes will be formed. Okay, that's why they are 100% homozygous. So what we do is we germinate them. This is the old process, what we were doing few years ago. So we germinate these haploid seeds and then cut the shoot and root so that they can take this chemical called colchicine, which can induce the chromosomal doubling. So this colchicine is very, very toxic. So we have to do in specialized metal tanks and without any exposure to the humans. Okay. So once we double the chromosomes and we transplant them again in the greenhouse, and then we recover them in the greenhouse, and then we take them to the field, because again, these haploids, since they have only one set of chromosomes, most of them, you have to give them the best possible conditions in the field. Okay, like you have to give them mulching or shade nets, and also very good agronomic management in terms of pest, disease, and weed management. And even then, only few of them will become fertile. Some of them have only just, for example, here, only one anther is there, few anthers are there. So even if you have few anthers, maize can have tons of pollen grains there. So when you self-pollinate, you take this pollen and self-pollinate it, and you may get something like this. Many of them have few seeds, but even if you have just one seed, it can become a completely homozygous line. Okay? So even one seed from each of this is very valuable. Each of this cob represent one completely homozygous inbred line. Generally, if you have to do this in conventional way, to get these many inbred lines at a time is very, very not easy, because you are going through a lot of selection and you eliminate a lot of this material. So here, a lot of DH lines can be generated at once. You can select because they will exhibit maximum variation among themselves. So it will be much easier to select, much more accurate, because they are 100% homozygous. They won't be segregating within the family. So it will be so easy to select, very accurate, and you will experience very high heritabilities in the breeding program. Okay, so coming to what we did to improve this DH process. So as I told, these are the maternal haploid inducers are very critical in the double haploid production. Initially, they used to have, if you use this in 1950s, 1960s, when they identified these haploid inducers, they have an induction capability of only 1%. For example, if you get 100 seed from here, there is only one of them is haploid. Slowly, we improved this haploid induction rate to more than 10%. Okay? So, but for tropics, there was another challenge. All these inducers that were available till 2010, they were all mostly adapted to temperate countries like USA or Germany, or temperate countries like Russia, but none is available for tropical conditions. So that's where CIMMYT came in, and CIMMYT collaborated with University of Hohenheim in Germany, and we developed these tails, tropically adapted haploid inducer lines. Okay, so as you can see, when you try to grow these temperate inducers in tropical conditions like in Mexico, they can't really produce anything, and they're very susceptible to all the tropical diseases and pests. But this first generation tails are much superior, but we even went further to develop this second generation tropically inducer lines, which are much superior to the first generation tails. And as you can see, currently we are using these hybrids, which are very superior in terms of agronomic performance as well as pollen production. They produce tons of pollen, which is very important because that is the most important thing that we need from these haploid inducers. So that is what we improve. We use this marker-assisted selection for a QTL called QHIR1. As you can see, when there is this QTL is there, you can see higher haploid induction rate. And when there is no QTL, you don't see any haploid induction rate. And to have very high induction rate, like greater than 18%, you definitely need to have this QTL. Currently, this QTL is now already cloned, and it is a gene which conditions haploid induction rate. It is a sperm-specific haploid, sperm-specific phospholipid gene. Okay. So now we are using the gene-specific marker to develop the new inducers. So what did we improve in the haploid induction? We improved the haploid induction rate from 5%, 6% that we used to get in 2013. Now it is more than 12%. So it resulted in using less number of plants from the source population. Source population means from which we need to get the haploids. So now we are only growing 300 of these plants instead of 400 plants. So it saves a lot of resources. And as you can see, these are agronomically very superior. It is much more easy to handle these haploid inducers. That is what we achieved at the haploid induction stage. Coming to the haploid identification, I explained to you, this is the marker that we use called R1NJ marker. But in many populations, especially in tropical populations, it is not fully expressed. It can be segregating because of some of the inhibitor genes, or it can be completely inhibited. Even though there are haploids here, you can't identify. In CIMMYT inbred lines, almost 30% of them are completely inhibited. So you can't use them in this process. And also, this marker also has another problem like false positive. You think that is a haploid, but when you grow them in the field, it can turn out to be diploid. So it can be about 20 to 30% of them can be false positive on average. So to address this problem, we developed molecular markers that can predict the presence of this color marker inhibition. Okay, so there are two markers, C1 indel and C1 SNP. Both of them, you can get more information from our publication there. If you use both of them, I think you can predict whether there is color marker inhibition or not with more than 85, 87% accuracy. Okay. So other ways to identify what is this false positives, we also integrated another marker called red root marker. So these conditions in all the diploids, you can see this color, red color marker, but in haploids, because haploids will have only genome from the female parent, not from the inducer. These are all hybrids, but from the haploids, you won't see this purple color. So you can identify what is haploid. And we can also use this the differences in seedling traits. For example, all these diploids will grow very vigorously, very fast, and haploids will grow very slow because they have only half the genome. So that is another way to separate. Whenever you have the problem with the other color marker, this color marker R1NG, in this case or this case, you could use both of these systems to identify what is haploid. And also use of both of these systems in our pipelines has reduced these false positives. False positives means which we thought are really haploids. For example, here you can see these are small plants are haploids. These are false positives. These are diploids, which are very strong. So we can eliminate, using these additional markers, we can eliminate all of these false positives very quickly. So we reduce these false positives from 25% to less than 2%. So it saves a lot of resources. Coming to the third step of this chromosomal doubling, previously this is what we used to do. We used to germinate almost, let's say, for each population, 30,000 of these haploid seeds we have to germinate like this, and we have to cut the roots or shoots, and then we have to treat in a metal tank with this chemical, which is very, very labor intensive, and we have to transfer to the greenhouse, we have to recover them. And so this is very labor intensive, and these plants are dying, so high seedling mortality. So we changed this process. We did a lot of research, and we came to another very simple process where we germinate these haploids in the field, in the greenhouse, and we directly treat them in the lab, and we move them directly to the field. Saves a lot of resources, labor resources, as well as the time. So with this process, not only that, we also improved the doubling rate. For example, previously, if we treat 100 plants, only 6 of them will get seed. But now more than 28% we are able to get the seed. So you can refer to all of these publications, what I am citing. So you can follow, in case if you want to establish this double haploid pipelines, you can follow these publications and you will be able to achieve similar levels of success. Okay? And so together, what are all the improvements we did? We improved the haploid induction rate. We reduced the false positives, okay, what we think haploids and which turns out to be diploids. We reduced them. And the doubling efficiency, chromosomal doubling efficiency, it has gone from less than 6% to more than 25%. So these all reduce the cost. For example, for one population in 2012, 2016, we were charging about $3,000. Now it costs less than $2,200 US. Now it is actually costing about $1,800. Okay, so these are all the improvements that we have done. The double haploid process. Now, even in the tropical maize, for example, colleagues in Indonesia, if you want to start this process, you can just refer to these publications and may be able to establish your own population pipelines. Okay, so about integrating this technology in tropical maize breeding programs, CIMMET has established these double haploid facilities. You can establish these facilities anywhere, but it involves a lot of learning and a lot of logistics, as well as a lot of scientific, how to say, a lot of small improvements you can only do over time, small learnings. So we established these facilities, and we did not intend to serve serve only CIMMET breeders, but also IITA, as well as the national agriculture partners in not only in Africa, but also in Latin America, as well as in Asia. Okay? So many partners, they send their populations, the breeding populations to us, and we produce the double haploid lines for them at a cost recovery charge, okay, which is currently $2,200 per population. So in the last just 7-8 years, you can see we produce more than 300,000 DH lines. Okay, maybe in this whole CIMMET history, we might have not produced these many inbred lines, but within just 7-8 years, we could produce more than 300,000 DH lines. That is the power of this technology. Now, production of inbred lines is not at all a challenge. Only thing is how you have to select among these lines. Okay, you have broad variety of lines. You have to make selections and make use of them to make better hybrids. Okay, so among these DH lines, 63%, only 63% belong to CIMMET, but a lot of it belongs to NARS partners as well as private sector partners. So again, colleagues in Indonesia, if they want to submit their populations, they can submit to one of our facilities and we can produce the double haploid lines and we can send them back in about 1 year to 14 months because there is shipment time also. And we also use this technology to announce several of these CIMMET maize lines. Okay, these are the best of the best lines which you can access from CIMMET gene banks. And as you can see, many of them they are saying DH lines. So these are, even though we started late in the 2000s, but now in all our breeding pipelines in Africa are completely based on double haploids. Okay, so many inbred lines are being released as CIMMET maize lines. Okay? And we also released so many hybrids based on these double haploid lines, and which are currently commercially produced in Africa as well as Latin America. And to summarize all what I have been saying, so use of the DH technology in maize breeding enables to reach homozygosity very quickly in 1 year versus 3 to 4 years at least. Okay? And it simplifies breeding operations like seed shipments, planting, and managing the breeding nurseries. And this, as they are 100% homozygous inbred lines, they are more amenable for molecular marker applications like genomic selections as well as the marker-assisted selection. It is much easier to practice them on the DH lines because they are not segregating. So you just need to do the genotyping only once. And we, as I presented through several slides, we have optimized this for tropics. Earlier, before 2010, 2015, you don't know how to do this in tropical conditions. But now we have the materials, we have the technology, and we published so many research articles, including books, book chapters. So you can refer to all of these, and it is very easy, relatively easy now to adapt this technology to tropical conditions. So now we also integrated very well in the tropical maize breeding programs of the tropics, especially in Africa, where our partners, national agriculture partners, as well as private companies are using it very extensively. And as I mentioned, you can also submit your populations for our DH facilities and you can receive the DH service. So with that, I conclude and I thank our donors and thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Was that clear? I could not hear.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay, for your very interesting presentation. We already have some question, this online question, and I think because Dr. Vijay and also Dr. Mel, both of you in Kenya, I think that will be better. We just start the discussion for two of you right now. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yes. Dr. Mel, are you still online? Stay online with us?
Yes, I'm still online.
Thank you very much. Oh, in Indonesia, usually we wake up at about 3 a.m. for sahur, early praying eating. Oh, there is some of online question, but firstly, I would like to give the opportunity for our audience here. Maybe they have a question for Dr. Mel or Dr. Vijay. Is there any question? Or I would like to invite, the Pak Aris will ask a question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My question is to Dr. Vijay. It's quite interesting to know about the double haploid in corn in maize. Actually, I work on rice, not really familiar with maize, but I just curious how to maintain the figure of maize in the state of homozygote. Is it possible to maintain the figure for mass? I mean, you just do selfing after you get the double haploid, or how to maintain the figure? Thank you.
Oh, okay. So once we have the double haploid lines, they will definitely not like a hybrid. They won't be very vigorous and all. So especially in the beginning of your breeding programs, it will be like the plants, the double haploid lines look not so vigorous and all. But once you recycle, like you use the double haploid lines to make the hybrids, and you produce more double haploid lines from them through selections, over time, what you see is great improvements in agronomic characters because you are also selecting them for your preferred agronomic traits. As I mentioned, it's much easier to select in double haploid lines. And how do we manage these double haploid lines? Usually just by selfing. You should be very, very careful when you are first generation of selfing. You make sure that there is no contamination from other inbred lines or other hybrids. Just you cover the silks properly, and yeah, if you just like regular line maintenance, there is no special line maintenance for double haploid lines, but just similar to conventional lines, even conventional inbred lines are not very vigorous, not like hybrids. So same applies to double haploid lines, but over generations, the vigor and agronomic traits will be improved significantly.
Aris, okay. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. Actually, there are already a question for Dr. Mel and also Dr. Vijay online. But I would like to invite Bapak Nurfianto, who asking us online. Maybe he can directly ask to our expert, our speaker. No, Pak Nurfianto, are you online? I think he's asking from Malang. No, so would you please screen the question for Dr. Mel and also for Dr. Vijay? Yes, this is the question for Dr. Melanie Connor from Bapak Nurfianto. Yeah, many cases in the field found obstacles in the adoption of cultivation technology, varieties, fertilizer, also IPM pesticide use, GAP in general, because of the extension activities only carried out once or twice. And inputs introduced did not match the wishes of farmers. For example, some areas need rice varieties for nasi pera, that's especially for Sumatra, and others for nasi pulen. Insufficient finance capital and low selling prices. Has this been taken into account in the study? And is there perhaps a solution that can be provided? I think there is another question. Okay. Would you please answer the question, Dr. Mel?
Yes, no problem. So I presented two studies. I presented a longitudinal study and a cross-sectional study. And yes, we can take that into account because we have different variables which account, for example, how often they get extension services, what kind of information material farmers use, and so on and so forth. So yes, that has been taken into account. And like, for example, like with the rice varieties, that's very difficult because for those studies, no. But now in the CGIAR, we have an initiative that's called Market Intelligence. And this initiative is really looking at what are the needs of different stakeholders in terms of varieties. So what kind of traits do farmers look for? What kind of traits do processors look for? What kind of traits look consumers for? Then we bring that all together and propose it to our breeders in a target product profile, so that the breeders know that what kind of traits are required by different types of stakeholders. So in that study, we haven't had that yet because it was, at this time, it was more ad hoc. As you saw, the study started in 2013. So those concepts weren't very elaborate at this time, but we have moved forward and we have learned from those things. And now we take those things into account when we release varieties, when we do adoption studies and so on. So yes, we are now doing research on what type of varieties are the right ones for different types of people. And I have been in Indonesia last year in different provinces and also in the swampy areas in central Kalimantan. And obviously there you need a completely different type of variety because of the swampy area. The soil conditions are completely different. You have these really deep soils. And this is now all taken into account in our target product profile design. Thank you. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mel. I think because of the time, we are not still have another question. There are a lot of questions from Pak Nurfianto again. That's for Dr. Vijay. The question is: are special conditioning and technique required in implementing double haploid lines and for the inducer in the fields, especially in humid tropical climates?
Okay, okay, I can answer that. So thank you for the question. So we have a facility in Mexico. It is also very humid, very hot tropical condition. So we initially faced a lot of challenges, especially in the summer season, because the temperatures are very, very high. It can reach around 40 to 43 degrees. Okay, 42 to 43 degrees Celsius. So it is very yes. Can you hear me now? Hi, Mel. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry for the problem, but yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. So
yes.
Very quickly, I can summarize. Especially when you are in very warm, very hot, humid conditions, you will face two problems. One is with haploid inducer, it may not do that well, but the current haploid inducers that we have in cement, they are specifically developed in Mexico. For this type of humid, very hot conditions, they still do very well there. So second problem you may face is to grow these haploid seedlings. Haploid plants, which I told they have only one genome, so they are very weak, especially in the summer. They really don't like it, the warm conditions. So what we learned is you can use the shade nets, which can reduce the temperatures, ambient temperatures by 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. So that can help, but you have to be very careful. If you use that, you have to use that during specific periods. If you use throughout the crop cycle, the plants will grow very, very tall. They keep on growing. They will never be producing the pollen or silks. That means they don't reach the reproductive maturity. So those are the things you will learn over time when you do all these experiments at specific location. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. There is also 3 questions from Dr. Andari for Dr. Vijay. Dr. Andari, are you online? I would like to introduce you to directly discuss, asking the question to Dr. Vijay. Dr. Andari is online now?
Actually, I'm in another meeting, but thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I cannot open my camera. Hi, Dr. Vijay. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. We communicated on email. So I can answer these questions very quickly. Like this is a special germplasm. We have a lot of intellectual property restriction on this. So we have to follow a special material transfer agreement. That's what I think, Dr. Andari, we shared with you. So once you sign that agreement, we can share you this haploid inducers, no problem. The process is ongoing. Second one, this QHR is very important. How about QHR 8? So about the second important QTL in the literature, we tried subjecting it to marker-assisted selection in the tropical populations. But what we understood is it has very small influence about if QHIR1 can increase the haploid induction rate from 0 to 8% or more than that, but this QHR8 can increase only by 0.5% to 1%. So if you can select for just the QHR1 using the marker-assisted selection, that is good enough. So you don't need to worry for QHR8. Could you explain more about how to handle the chemical for chromosomal doubling? Yes, this is a very, very tricky chemical. It can cause cancer if you don't handle it properly. So in our publication, there is a book we have written in which we had exactly specified what the steps you need to take. So please check our video on YouTube also. You will learn more, because it's very hard to explain all the intricate details of how to deal with this chemical. So all the materials are online, so you can access them. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Chaik. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vijay, also Dr. Andari. There is another question. There's also a long question from Dr. Nining from Research Center for Food Crop. Is Dr. Nining here or she's online? She's online. Oh, that will be great if Dr. Nining asks directly to Dr. Vijay. Please, Dr. Nining, can you directly ask? Dr. Nining?
Yes,
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Okay, that's
Thank
great.
you very much.
So, would you please ask the question directly to Dr. Vijay? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Vijay. I want to ask about 3 questions. The first is what key adaptation are required to modify subtropical double haploid technique for effective application in tropical maize breeding program in Indonesia?
Okay. Can I answer that? So I think, in our publications are intended for tropical lowlands, tropics. I think most of Indonesia may fall there, and subtropics as well as highlands. So highlands is the trickiest one, but lowland tropics as well as subtropics, it is if you follow our technique, what we had published, I think you will be okay, because we deal a lot of the subtropical populations from Latin America as well as Africa. Africa is mostly subtropical populations. So you will get good success with them. Only highland populations are tricky. Highland means more than 1700 meters above sea level. Those populations are tricky. They won't respond so well, but otherwise subtropical populations should be relatively easy. Okay, I hope you don't need any special modifications. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is what's the innovation to double haploid technology are being explored to enhance success rate, especially for tropical maize?
Okay, like several improvements, but very quickly we are trying to improve this haploid induction rate. Currently, our haploid induction rate in CIMMYT is 12%. But the new haploid induction rates we have been testing, we developed and we are testing in multiple locations in Mexico, India, as well as Kenya. So these have almost 16% haploid induction rate. Imagine you are improving that by 4%. So you can further reduce the cost. That is one. The second one is chromosomal doubling success. Okay, the chromosomal doubling success currently we stood around 25%, but it is also hard to beat that target. But we are trying using several other chemicals reported in the literature, as well as some with some of the experts who deal with chemicals. So we are trying. Hopefully, we may find some chemical that is not as toxic as colchicine, but it can still cause improve this chromosomal doubling in males. So those are the two things. Third one is haploid identification. So previously, to identify these 2,000 haploids that we require, we need to process about 30 to 40,000 seeds. We have to check each and every seed for this marker I was mentioning. So that one now we we collaborated with one of the private companies in Switzerland, and we have now a technology, near infrared based technology, where the mission can identify these haploids very fast. So now, previously we used to spend a whole day with 8 people. Now the mission can do the same work in half an hour just with one person. So that is another improvement we already did. So these are the 3 specific improvements that I
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vijay.
About the last question, heat impact, I addressed in earlier question also. So if it is too hot, you can try using this shade nets, okay, in the field or in the greenhouse, and reduce the temperature and light intensity. So that is one option, or you have to grow them completely like under greenhouse conditions where you provide proper like temperature control, humidity control, all those things. That would be the best option, but it is very costly option.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. So, Dr. Nini, I'm very sorry. This is heavy rain in our place in Cibino, and then we have problem with the microphone, and then also oh,
no problem.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is very heavy rain, and we have some problem with technical problem with the microphone and so on. I think I need to turn it off. Okay. Okay, there is another question from Bapak Bambang Prianto here, online question for Mr. Vijay. Pak Bambang, are you online, Pak Bambang? Oh, I think he's not online. We have some internet problem here, but this is question for Dr. Vijay from Bapak Bambang Prianto. You mentioned that the haploid inducer serve as the male parent. Could you please clarify if the controlling gene is influenced by the cytoplasmic gene? Additionally, is the maintenance of the haploid inducer similar to that of male sterility? Lastly, which method would be more effective in producing a higher number of double haploid plant, crossing the haploid inducer with a line or with a hybrid? Thank you. Please, Dr. Vijay, would you please explain, answer the question? Thank you.
Sure. Regarding the first question, controlling gene, if it is influenced by cytoplasm. No, these are maternal haploid inducers. Maternal haploid inducers have, like, we are using them as a male parent. All the genome in the haploids is coming from the female parent. The cytoplasm always inherited from the female, not from the male. So in this case, when you are using this type of inducers, what I'm mentioning, you don't have any effect, any change in the cytoplasm. So there are another type of inducer called paternal haploid inducers, but we don't use them so commonly because the haploid induction rate is very low, less than 1%. So we don't use them. But if you use them, there is a change in the cytoplasmic constitution. So in the inbred line, finally you produce, the cytoplasm is from the father, and the genome is will be the mother. So no, it is the other way around when you are using the paternal haploid inducer. So the essence is in the inducers, with the inducers that we are using, there is no change in the cytoplasm. Okay. The second question about maintenance of the haploid inducer to the male sterility, no. As I mentioned, there is no, like this haploid inducer do not have this cytoplasmic male sterility genes. So we don't need to think about how you are maintaining the male sterile lines. These haploid inducers are just like normal inbred maize lines. Okay, you just need to follow the same. But the problem with this is the haploid induction trait is not desired by nature because it has a reproductive defect. So it tries to push it away. So if you don't keep on testing for the haploid induction trait, this trait over time, like in 3-4 generations, you may lose completely. So that's why when you receive these haploid inducers, you have to cross with proper material and keep checking whether you are getting the haploids in desired numbers or not. If you are not getting the desired number of haploids, that means the induction capacity is going down because nature don't prefer this trait because it is causing reproductive abnormalities within this plant. Coming to the third question, last question. How do we
This is
produce?
last. I would like to ask the audience here. Is there any question for Dr. Vijay or Dr. Mel? Any question? I think we have many researcher here, Dr. Vijay. We have also Pak Andi. He's from Maros. He's also maize breeder. And Dr. Mel, we also have here Professor Hasil Sembiring is also here with us. Dr. Mel, I would like to ask one question. This is like very interesting. If you one of the technology adopted by farmers in Yogyakarta with its alternate wetting and drying, that's the water management. And also I saw one of the technology that you introduced there, that's a machine, transplanting machine, transplanter, which to us, that's very difficult for us to ask farmers to adopt the technology. I would like how you approach them, how you approach the farmer to adopt those technology. Thank you.
Okay, the transplanter we introduced, yes, that's right, but it wasn't adopted. It's the same the same problems you face. We did have in one of the provinces at the earlier days, there was adoption of the transplanter for 1 or 2 seasons. But then the biggest problem with that was that it got the women out of the farms, and there was a bit of it was a big problem for the women because they lost their jobs. They couldn't do the transplanting, and the transplanter was abandoned. And the additional problem which happened was that these women, we found that they were going into jobs that were even harder than transplanting. So we need to be cognizant about what we're going to introduce where. And therefore, the needs assessment, before you do anything, you need to do a really rigorous needs assessment. And you need to do it at different times with different farmer groups, because not everything is suitable for every type of farmer, even in the same region. So you need to really make sure that you bring the right technologies to the right type of farmers. And there was another question before about the financial capital, and that plays a big role in the first part of your intervention. If you do not assess what farmers can afford, you can't introduce a technology that might be very cost intensive. So that's one thing we really need to look after. And the AWD, I mean, for us, this is really, really good because it's the best technology to manage the greenhouse gases in combination with land laser leveling. If you do that before, you can reduce your greenhouse gases by 60 to 70%. That's what we found in recent studies. So this is really important for countries where you have intensive rice farming, like Indonesia, where you have 3 cropping seasons in irrigated systems. So doing that, having short varieties like short duration varieties that will all reduce your greenhouse gases. And you've seen the study was from 2013 to 2023. So now we are already a bit further. We know a lot more about what we can introduce where, and can increase the impact opportunities we have in the country.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vijay and also Dr. Mel for the very productive discussion and also for the very interesting presentation. And thank you for joining with us in the very early morning. I think if we end the discussion now, I wish that you still can have some sleep, good sleep in the very early morning. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vijay and Dr. Connor. Would you please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big applause from us to our two very interesting our expert speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Vijay, and thank you, Dr. Connor. And then now we need to proceed to our last presenter, Dr. Alex Stewart. I think he's also still on the way, so could not online with us. Committee, would you please, can he join with us in the last session or just video? Oh, okay. We just give a quick introducing him as I know some of them, some of us here already know Dr. Alex. He conducted many research in Indonesia. Now Dr. Alex Stewart, the Pesticide Action Network PAN International Project Manager on Agroecology at UK. This is his expertise, and then now we may proceed to his video, I think, because we are very tight in time. Oh, Dr. Alex is online. Oh, no need to introduce it because 20 more minutes. Okay. Dr. Alex, are you with us and able to Okay, Dr. Alex currently is on a train, so that's quite noisy to directly present his presentation to us. So we just try to play the video of his presentation. Thank you. Kalau pakai ini.
Coba bentar ya. Nah, itu dapat cuma ininya. Greetings, many thanks for the invitation to present in this webinar. So yeah, the topic of my presentation.
While you're waiting for the video, Dr. while we are waiting for the committee to play the video of Dr. Alex Stewart to deliver his presentation. Now I would like to completely introduce the biography of Dr. Alexander Stewart. Today, he will present the closing rice yield gap in Indonesia, experience in improving agronomic aspect. Dr. Alexander Stewart, part of Pesticide Action Network, International Project Manager Agroecology, UK. Dr. Alexander Stewart has over 10 years of experience conducting research and training in agroecology and sustainable crop management. Before joining PEN or Pesticide Action Network, Dr. Stewart worked at the International Rice Research Institute, IRI, in the Philippines and also in Indonesia. Dr. Stewart is especially interested in promoting sustainable, safe, and efficient pest management practices by working closely with farmers in a participatory approach. Now is there, okay. I think some of us maybe know him already, Dr. Alexander Stewart. I know there is a Professor Hasil Sembiring here. I think that will be great if we have some of his opinion about the project with Dr. Alex or with the Corrigate project, Prof. Hasil. While we are waiting for the committee to play Dr. Alex presentation. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Susi. Thank you. First of all, Corrigate. What is Corrigate? Corrigate is closing rice yield gap project. I think it was initiated maybe 9 years ago or 10 years ago. But before Corrigate, there is also the project named IRRC, International Rice Research Consortium. So the Corrigate was the location of the Corrigate. If I'm not mistaken, you put me in a hot seat, yeah. I think in Java, North Sumatra, South Sumatra, North Sumatra, South Sumatra, Yogyakarta, Java. No, yeah, I think it's Java for short time. South Sulawesi, how about South Sulawesi? No, yeah. So those were the area of Corrigate. There are 3 periods for Corrigate: Corrigate 1, Corrigate 2, and Corrigate 3, right? So there are many technologies which were produced or introduced during the Corrigate. I think the most, not the most promising, I think all of them most promising. For example, like fertilizer recommendation. I think for Pak Budi is amateur. Mel just recently presented her paper. It was like combination of like integrated crop management. So not only fertilizer, but also variety and including alternate wet and dry. Sari knows more, yeah. So basically the Corrigate introduced the proven technologies that have been tested by, I would say, IRD, and then we scale up in the Corrigate project. So Core gap mostly dissemination, but we evaluated also the performance of the technology. So what else? I think this, yeah, I think what Mel was presenting was the result of the core gap overview, but basically the data was taken from Yogyakarta, not included South Sumatra and also maybe East Java, West Java. So I think that Susi, that I can say maybe, but basically against one core gap is not doing research, because research was done during the IRC, Irrigated Rice Research Consortium. The result of Irrigated Rice Research Consortium is scaling up by the budget from MEL country. What is MEL? Swiss government. Apa namanya? Swiss government, and then is scaling up to core gap. The leader of core gap was Grant Singleton, who is of the expert, the king of tikus. The king of tikus. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hasil Sumbireng. He's one of our senior, our advisor, especially he's like Bapak of BB Padi. So, is there ready for the, okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear the presentation of Dr. Alex Stewart. So please.
Greetings, selamat siang. Many thanks for the invitation to present in this webinar. So yeah, the topic of my presentation is closing rice yield gaps in Indonesia, experiencing and improving agronomic aspects.
Apa sih?
I'll be presenting about with increasing human population and decreasing agricultural land area, there is worldwide pressure to increase food production in the remaining agricultural land. However, this level of agricultural intensification has led to an increased use of chemical inputs such as chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which are associated with a number of environmental threats to some of the key global environmental issues that we face today, such as climate change, degrading natural environment, and biodiversity loss, which all affect important ecosystem services, such as soil nutrient cycling, that are valuable and essential to sustain the future of food production. Thus, the challenge for crop production is to meet future food demand sustainably, whilst also reducing its environmental impact. To address this challenge, the Core Gap project was initiated in 2013, which stood for the Closing Rice Yield Gaps in Asia with Reduced Environmental Footprint. This project ran over 9 years and involved working in 6 countries, focusing on irrigated rice production zones. And it was led by Dr. Grant Singleton and Martin Gummertz, and involved close collaboration with national partners, including Extension, and working closely alongside national programs, and involved an integrated approach involving agronomists, social scientists, economists, and ecologists. To close yield gaps whilst reducing the environmental footprint in our project sites, the project followed 4 steps. The first involved identifying the exploitable yield gap or the attainable yield gap for a given context at a local scale. The second involved identifying the crop production constraints or issues that are preventing farmers from reaching those yields through focus group discussions and household surveys. And the third involved identifying solutions or best management practices to improve productivity as well as efficiency for rice farmers and for long-term sustainability. And the fourth involved demonstrating these best management practices or other new technologies to improve productivity through farmer participatory adaptive research. So first of all, what are the yield gaps we're aiming to close in our project sites? To do this, we conducted household surveys to collect various socioeconomic and agronomic data, including yield data. And then we combined this with data from other projects in the region to develop a regional yield gap map that was developed by the University of Nebraska Yield Gap Atlas team. And we can see that there are quite substantial yield gaps in Indonesia, with a yield gap of close to 40% in irrigated rice and close to 50% in rain-fed rice. And by yield gap, in this diagram, we mean the difference between the maximum yield potential determined through crop growth simulation for a particular season versus the average farmer yields determined through farmer surveys. The further study conducted with Joao Silva, who's now at CIMMET, and Valpede at IRI, we did some further disentangling of the rice yield gap to break it down into the technology, resource, and efficiency yield gap using crop growth simulation modeling and production frontier analysis. And this was to identify the parts of the yield gap that can be explained by different sowing dates, different varieties, and different levels of input use. We applied this method to our survey data from Yogyakarta. You see the results for the dry season on the left and the wet season on the right from 2013. And this shows that the maximum yield potential for the optimum sowing date and highest yielding variety is shown in the blue bar on the left, which is 11 tons, versus the average farm yield on the right in the grey bar, which is 4.5 tons. And of this, a significant proportion of that yield gap can be explained by the sowing date yield gap. Thus indicating that shift in the sowing date could substantially improve yields. However, this may not be feasible due to availability of irrigation at different times of the year, and also this could vary from season to season or year to year. For that particular season, there was very little effect of the genetic yield gap or the resource yield gap. The resource yield gap, there was no difference, mainly because farmers were over-applying fertilizer inputs, although there was scope to improve yields with increasing phosphorus input. And then we see there's quite a large yield gap explained by the efficiency yield gap. This is due to issues such as pest and disease and timing of nutrient input applications. Thus, farmers were getting yields that are lower than they would expect for the level of inputs they were applying. Then in the wet season, we see yield potential, maximum yield potential for the optimum sowing date was 10.4 tons per hectare versus the average yield of 4.8 tons per hectare. And we see quite a large proportion of that yield gap is explained by the resource yield gap, indicating that there is scope to increase inputs, nutrient inputs, However, quite a substantial amount of farmers are also over-reliant on nitrogen. And then the other part is the efficiency yield gap, indicating that the farmers are again achieving yields less than they'd expect. The level of inputs they're applying, thus, before increasing inputs, there's probably a need to address those issues, which could be pest diseases, timing of input application, or other constraints such as water constraints. Next step after identifying the yield gaps that need to be closed is to conduct the adaptive research to evaluate sustainable crop management practices to help close those gaps. So this involves participatory research with farmers to evaluate and demonstrate best management practices and other new technologies such as higher yielding varieties to increase yields or improve efficiencies. By working closely with farmers in a participatory approach, this also helps us to identify yield constraints as well as inefficient practices or constraints to adopting such technologies that we are trying to introduce to close those yield gaps. So the adaptive research approach we use involves using an adaptive research cycle, or adaptive research learning cycle, that involves using both the household survey data as well as focus group rapid rural appraisals to identify the needs and yield constraints of the farmers we're working with. So that's the first step that is then used to identify and select technologies and best management practices to address these constraints and inefficiencies. And these are selected with farmers to gain their buy-in in the technologies, and then also to encourage volunteer farmers to work with scientists to conduct adaptive research using scientist-led trials, not trails, sorry. So this involves farmers conducting research on their fields using the protocol that's being developed by scientists or researchers. Field demonstrations are also used to demonstrate the results to neighboring and nearby farmers and to compare with farmers' practice. And at the end of the season, the results are presented to the farmers involved and other farmers that are also interested. And these are reviewed and then based on discussion with the farmers on how they feel the results went and how the scientific data shows results, refinements are made and perhaps improved technologies are selected to make improvements where some of the technologies fall short. And so then this goes through another cycle of adaptive research, potentially with field demonstrations at the end of the season involving farmer field days. And then once the farmers and researchers are confident with the technologies, the next step is to encourage farmers to, this would be other farmers, to conduct their own research using farmer-led trials with minimal support from the researchers. Perhaps some inputs are provided, such as new varieties or technology, mechanical equipment, for example, for them to try out. And then another stage of is conducted and data is collected to then capture the successes to inform policy and national extension. So in Yogyakarta, we conducted such adaptive research trials over a period of 2 years, including 5 close cropping seasons. And we conducted field trials in 2 villages. In each village, 3 sites or blocks were selected with 4 treatments per site. All the treatments received new high-yielding varieties that had, improved pest resistance as well as improved yields. And the 4 treatments involved ICM, the Integrated Crop Management, the National Crop Management Package, ICM with AWD to address water constraints that were reported by farmers. AWD is in alternate wetting and drying. Then ICM plus drum seeding. This was because of reports of labor shortages. So drum seeding involves direct seeding rice using a drum seeder. And then we compared with farmers' practice, which we just monitored a neighboring farmer and did not interfere with the methods they used for their crop production. Then from December 2015, we also started evaluating the mechanical transplanter. One of the reasons for this was because the drum seeder was not successful in the region due to flooding events that dispersed the seed across the field or flooded the seed to prevent good emergence. This image is just to briefly demonstrate the type of layout we had for the plots, where we'd have all the treatments side by side next to each other to avoid location effects, reduce location effects. And we also had 4 to 7 replicates per treatment per season. The ICM treatment protocol was based on location-specific recommendations for PTT in Yogyakarta. This involved, recommendations on good leveling, applying organic fertilizer, using certified seeds, transplanting 2 to 3 seedlings at 18 to 20 days after sowing, and using the Jaja row spacing. Also, we followed careful guidance or recommendations using LKP, rice crop management application, and snails were removed using hand picking as opposed to fungicides, as was commonly done in the area anyway, and weeds were managed using push weeding and hand weeding before fertilizer application. With regards to pest management, we tailored an integrated pest management approach that involved no pesticide use as much as possible. Pesticides only used as a last resort. Fungicides was introduced from the second season due to occurrence of disease or neck blast in the first season, but only 1 application per season heading stage was applied. Additional steps including planting low-density nursery beds to encourage healthy seedling growth and early seedling vigor to reduce transplanting shock. And nursery beds were covered with nets to prevent stem borer infestation. To give a quick summary of the key results from the field trials. Oh, yeah, sure. We see here the average level of nitrogen that was applied across the 5 different treatments. So when we compare the level of nitrogen, the nitrogen application rate, the ICM treatment versus the farmer practice treatment, farmer practice one is shown in the light grey, we see on average there was a reduced rate of nitrogen in the ICM treatments, and we also see reduced variability. So there's quite a large variation shown by the large standard error bars in the amount of nitrogen applied by the farmer practice farmers, indicating that farmers are either applying too much or too little nitrogen on average. When we look at the yields, we see that even though the level of fertilizers was reduced, the yields were either maintained or improved versus farmer practice for the majority of treatments and seasons. First of all, we see that the yields were very good overall, showing that the impact of the higher yielding varieties, because both the farmer practice and the treatment farmers use the same varieties. And if we compare with our baseline survey data, the yields were on average between 4 and 5 tonnes per hectare. And here we're seeing yields in the first 2 seasons of around 7 tonnes per hectare and a bit lower in the follow-up seasons. We didn't look at this season in the baseline survey, and when we looked at the crop growth simulation models, there was a decline in the simulated yield potential in this season due to differences in climatic conditions. But yeah, going back to the difference in treatments, differences between treatments and in comparison with farmer practice, we see in particular the treatment with the ICM plus AWD in orange performed at least as well, but occasionally better than farming practice, especially in this season. ICM performed either the same or slightly better in majority of seasons, especially this season and this season. And the mechanical transplant in ICM also performed better in the 2 seasons that it was evaluated. The treatment that performed worse than farmer practice was the drum seeder treatment. And as mentioned before, this was likely due to the poor crop establishment as a result of flooding and heavy rainfall, indicating that the drum seeder was not a suitable technology for this location, and that's the reason why we dropped it from the field trials and switched over to mechanical transplanting technology instead, which was very successful and received a lot of interest from the farmers. So using the sustainable rice platform indicators, we can assess the sustainable performance of different treatments versus farmer practice. Just to summarize, though, I've chosen the ICM plus AWD treatment, as this was the highest performing treatment in our field trials. And this graph involves an average of data across 5 seasons. And when we compare with farmers' practice, we see that there was a mean improvement in performance indicator score for all but one of the indicators in the dry season, and all but one in the wet season. The stars indicate those indicators that were significantly different to the farmer's practice. What we see, there was an almost 10% improvement in yield in the dry season, but this was not significantly different to farmer's practice. However, there was a significant improvement in the net income, the nitrogen use efficiency, and phosphorus use efficiency. In the wet season, there was improvement in yield, income, and nitrogen use efficiency, but this was not a significant improvement versus farmer practice. In summary, the adaptive research trials that we conducted do demonstrate that the adoption of integrated crop management and alternate wetting and drying can substantially improve the sustainability of intensive rice production in Yogyakarta and potentially in other regions of Indonesia as well. In particular, in the dry season, where we saw a larger yield gap in our baseline survey. And this can be achieved through improved nitrogen use efficiency and phosphorus use efficiency. What we also saw were very good yields with almost 0 pesticide use, just 1 fungicide applied at the heading stage. And we did see improvement in yield from the improved varieties. However, because both the farmer practice and the treatments used the same variety, we were not able to investigate the effects of those varieties in a controlled experiment like that. However, treatments did indicate an increase in yield with the integrated crop management and alternate wetting and drying and the mechanical transplanting versus farmer practice, although this was not significant. But we did see significant and notable profit increases of around 8 to 45%, which is quite substantial for a smallholder farmer, and you'd expect that to be a considerable incentive for them to adopt these practices. So I'd just like to finish.
Dr. Alex, are you online and can join us with us here to answer some question? Hello, Dr. Alex. Oh, can we ask a question or to Dr. Alex? Or maybe audience would like to ask here or online question, then maybe we can deliver to him by email in the future, maybe tomorrow or after this, because I think Dr. Alex, Dr. Alex. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Dadang Kusyan, Dr. Dadang, and also Dr. Vijay, Dr. Mel, and also Dr. Alex. This is our great pleasure to have you with us here for the international webinar. We wish to more discussion in the future with you, or collaboration with us. And terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much also for audience directly here. This is a rare event for all of us here. I think this time for us to kangen-kangenan Bapak dan Ibu. This is opportunity for us to directly meeting. So take much more photo. You may take a photos as much as you want, and also just kangen-kangenan between us here. Thank you very much, and big applause for all of us here, please. And then it's time for me to end this session and turn this webinar to our pretty MC, Mbak Febri. Okay. Thank you so much for such a fruitful discussions in this second session. Now, I would like to invite back all the speakers and moderators for the symbolic certificate presentation. So, for the first one, for Pak Dadang Gusiana, and next for Dr. Vijay Chaikam, and next Dr. Melanie Connor. And next for Dr. Alexander Stewart. And last but not least for our moderator, Dr. Suziana Susanti. Please give a round of applause for our moderators and this second session. Okay. We have now come to the end of the second session. But before we closing this webinar, I'd like to invite Dr. Gagat Trestu Pratiwi to read out the closing remark regarding today's meeting. For Dr. Gagat, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, finally, we reached the final webinar today, and this is my time to break down about the resumes of our webinar today. The resume was was conducted by Dr. Nurul Hidayatun, Dr. Arlina, and me, myself, Gagat Restu. And there's some critical points that we already tried to resume today. For the first, the serious attention need to face for the new cassava diseases that threaten productivity in Indonesia. Need to develop a strategy involving research, government, and industrial. Bring together integrated multidisciplinary team to implement with the understanding of priority market segments and also for product profiles. Introduce new germ pumps coupled with tools and methods for breeding. And network of testing and multiplication sites with stakeholders to ensure the new varieties meet the expectation of the farmers, industry, and also for the consumers. The second, ethanol is a very valuable and economical commodity such that several countries produce it to boost the country income. Ethanol can be produced from several raw materials, including cassava. With a high cassava production, Indonesia high potential to develop ethanol productions. There are conventional or advanced approaches that can be used in bioethanol productions. The third, the hermetic bags as an approach in maintaining seed quality and seed germination. There are several problems in seed storage due to oxidations, respirations, mold, insect attacks, and other environmental factors. Hermetic storage technology provides storage approach which minimize the impact of those environmental factors, especially by reducing the oxygen level and increasing carbon level. And the fourth, agriculture subjected as the source, the victim, and the solution for greenhouse gases emission in the world. The agriculture become the victim of global climate change because of the flood, drought, and also pest outbreak. And agriculture can be solution to overcome the global climate change. This activity needs fast and accurate calculating and monitoring of greenhouse gases emissions with remote sensing approach. In the future, active remote sensing called ALOS pulsar has potential to detect the inundation of paddy field and predict the emission. The EFI2 from Lancet 8 has better performance to estimate methane flux, but it still needs NDVI to ensure the consistency. For the future studies need to be done to add another field measurement methane flux data, water index, and also soil index, and the multi-sensor image. And for the micronutrients in rice is very important for the growth cycle of the crop, even relatively rare, especially in irrigated rice system. Micronutrients can be increased yield by 8 to 20%, mainly on increasing grain filling, reduce chaffness, and speeds the maturity, based on some experienced trials in China. So possibility application for improved sufficient micronutrient for rice plant is using foliar applications. Nowadays, the use of arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi can be solutions to increase the P availability in soil and others micronutrients. Double haploid approach over a more efficient breeding by reducing breeding time, minimizing costs, and simplifying breeding operations. In CIMMYT, the double haploid technology is well optimized and integrated to the maize breeding program in tropics, and several double haploid lines were successfully developed. And considering the tropical climate of Indonesia, this optimized double haploid approach is potential to be implemented in maize breeding program in Indonesia. And about the adoption technology. Adoption technology needs to reduce yield gaps with the aim to strengthen future food security and also to increase environmentally sustainable rice production in intensive lowland system. Some technologies resulted from research activities. On average, farmers adopted two kinds of technology. They can increase revenue for about $70 per hectare per season. Barriers to adoption included time constraints, unsuitability for field condition, and incompatibility with cropping system. The adapted technologies can be invested the extra money in farming business and improve diets. Also, farmers perceive change in social and human capital and also poverty reduction. This also happened in Yogyakarta, where adoption can substantially improve the sustainability of intensive rice production by improving phosphorus use efficiency, minimize pesticide use, and also for small increase in grain yields. Well, thank you. That's all the resumes today. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gagan, for the resume regarding this meeting today. Okay, now I'd like to give time for the head of Research Center for Food Crops to give us the closing remarks. For Dr. Yudhistira Nugraha, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Carolina Justina. I think we reaching the almost done with this occasion. So I think everybody have already tired, right? And I think in this seminar we got a lot of information about the agricultural sciences which have been presented by the presenter. So hopefully it will insight our knowledge about the perspective of the agricultural science in all the world. And thank you for attending since this afternoon, and hopefully we can get together tomorrow in this building, right? Yeah, in this building, and we will have fun walk and other activity, and also the important thing that we will hear from our chairman, Ibu Puji Lestari, about what we become next year about us, about our research organization, and about research center. So hopefully we can stay until tomorrow, and I think that's all in this session, and I will close the session, and thank you for the attention. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yudhistira, for such a remarkable closing remarks for today. So by that, we've ended our webinar on increasing crop productivity to meet Indonesia's needs for food, feed, and fuel. On behalf of the committee and all parties involved, I am Justina Febrisasinya, would like to express our gratitude to all the participants who have faithfully followed through the Zoom platform and who have been pleased to come to this building. And we also apologize for shortcomings and all the technical errors during this webinar. Hopefully we can meet again tomorrow for the team buildings agendas. I think that's all for us. Thank you very much for participating in this event, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tunggu dulu Bapak Ibu, saya ingin menerjemahkan apa yang Mbak Mohon izin ya, 5 menit saja sebelum kita akhiri acara ini. Jadi kami ingatkan besok kita semua berkumpul kembali. Acara pertama Jalan Sehat. Siapa yang pengen sehat? Berarti besok harus datang ya. Oke, kami harapkan semuanya bisa hadir karena setelah Jalan Sehat kita ada game-game yang menarik dan membuat kita lebih bonding lagi. Itu nanti jadi jam 6:30 kita sudah kumpul di depan ICC. Kita bergerak jalan kaki bagi yang belum tahu KST Soekarno, kesempatan sekalian jalan-jalan kita melihat KST Soekarno. Kemudian kita akan ke Danau Dora Explorer, jadi kita nanti melihat-lihat daerah situ. Kita kembali lagi ke sini pukul 9 kita akan melaksanakan team building game ya. Nanti kita akan main-main santai. Acaranya besok santai semua. Tidak ada yang terlalu banyak berpikir seperti hari ini. Ya, jadi saya harap tadi Pak Kapus juga sudah mewajibkan akan harus hadir ya Pak ya. Ya, semoga bisa hadir semua. Jangan lupa bagi yang akan pagi-pagi akan ikut gabung di Danau Dora, mohon isi polling yang sudah di-share oleh Bu Sita tadi. Oke, kemudian kami ingatkan bapak-bapak yang sholat Jumat besok karena kita pagi pakai kaos, mohon bawa baju untuk sholat Jumat sehingga kita nggak perlu keluar dari area KST Soekarno. Gitu, ada lagi tambahan? Oh iya. Kita besok punya yel-yel dan ini harus hafal semuanya. Kalau enggak hafal nanti disuruh segera gabung ke home base Soekarno. Ya, jadi perhatikan baik-baik dan tolong dihafalkan. Pak Desika akan bantu spill yel-yelnya, monggo silakan.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Yuni. Bapak Ibu mohon izin 3 menit saja ya. Jadi besok yel-yel ini akan dibawakan oleh Pak Kapus. Tapi biar lancar jadi sekarang. Seperti itu ya. Jadi mohon Bapak Ibu berdiri dulu sebentar ya, berdiri. Oke. Latihan yel-yel. Latihan yel-yel. Oke, jadi Bapak Ibu, jika saya bilang jaya, jawabnya PRTP. Ingat ya? Jika saya bilang jaya, jawabnya PRTP. Jika saya bilang PRTP, jawabnya mendunia. Oke. Oke. Jika saya bilang PRTP, jawabnya apa tadi? Mendunia. Oke. Jika saya bilang jayalah PRTP, jawabnya PRTP mendunia. Ya. Yes, yes, terus tepuk tangan. Oke, kita latihan ya. Oke. Jaya PRTP, jayalah PRTP. Yes, yes, yes. Tepuk tangan. Oke. Aduh. Sekali lagi ya. Sekali lagi. Oke. Jaya PRTP. Jayalah PRTP. Yes, yes, yes. Oke. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ada yang komentar, besok udah lupa deh gitu ya. Nggak apa-apa, besok kita ulang lagi. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jangan lupa besok hadir, banyak door prize yang menanti. Jadi kita ramaikan suasana besok dan